Beautiful Moama Bowling Club on a glorious day, and it's a glorious day for all these teams who are starting fresh in Event 2. This is obviously session number 1. Team Exodus, they'll be having a sleep in this morning after last night's efforts, Case.
Yeah, much deserved as well. We saw a brilliant display of bowling from both players, and Matty Bouse was outstanding all night, and of course Aaron Sheriff, the best in the business. He finished the job off. So well done to Exodus, and now we move on to Event 2.
Yeah, and Moama Green, they'll be out there playing this morning, so no rest for them, but their efforts throughout the finals, working their way through the preliminary finals, the quarter, the semi-final against their own Moama Black, and then into the final. They almost got there. It was almost down to about the fourth end, I think, in the final, and then there was just some Aaron Sheriff magic.
Yeah, exactly. And, Matty Bouse is probably the little quiet achiever in that Exodus team. But he's really the perfect partner for Aaron. Just get his bowls in the area, plenty of touches, and as we all know, we've seen many times, Aaron Sheriff can do the rest. So,
but it's a clean slate for everyone in Event 2. And first up, we have the Wellington Hornets and the Bowls Asia Tigers. Do you want to tell us a bit about these players?
Yeah, we've got on the mat Ryan Taton. He's a fellow Deer Park member. He's normally a skipper, to be honest. His main go-to position is the back end, but he's leading today for David Ferguson. St John's Park, very experienced player. And of course the Tigers team, we've got Boy, who is a seasoned campaigner in the Malaysian side, leading up for the superstar Lena. So this promises to be a cracking game. This player's taking a little time to find the weight here.
Yeah, both these sides too, Case, missed out on finals in Event 1, so they'll be looking to make amends here. As we know, $500,000 prize money on offer over these 6 days. Exodus walked away with $50,000 winning Event 1, and each of the teams who made it through to the preliminary finals, $5,000 apiece for those, and then it increased each step of the way, $10,000, $15,000, and then $25,000 for the runners-up.
And that's the great thing about the UBC. The teams that did miss out in Event 1 have 2 more cracks at it, so Event 2 and 3 will follow. And I guess if you were successful in Event 1, the pressure's off a little bit, and you've got a couple of free cracks at it. So
yeah, already banked a little bit of money. So the Hornets with the blue bowls and the Tigers with the orange bowls. Here with the UBC, we use blue and orange. And then only 2 colours you'll see out in the rink. Nice and easy for spectators. Nice and easy for us too, Case.
That's it. We need all the help we can get.
Yeah, so just taking a little bit of time to find it here. The players, it won't take them long though. The first game of the morning. And first game of Event 2.
She's pretty close here. I think Greenie.
Yeah, fantastic shot from Lena. We've seen a couple of games of the Tigers. She's been outstanding. Kevy just showing us a diagram. Kevin Anderson from the Moama Greens just come over to tell us a little bit about how the forehand holds a touch more going towards the road there, Case.
Yeah,
it's a bit harder to play.
If you just overplay it, it does get a bit sticky. Well, she's close again. Can she get the jack? Yes, she can.
Brilliant.
Well played.
So plenty of points on offer. Refresher for our spectators, our viewers. And if you're new to tuning in, there is 3 points for every toucher. There's 3 points for the team who's holding shot at the lead crossover. And the conclusion of an end there is 18 points on offer. 10 points for first shot, 5 points for second, 3 points for third. You get first, second, third, it's 18 points in the ultimate end. Oh, big effort there from Ferguson. It'll be the Tigers who take the early advantage here. Live scores on the bottom left of your screen. Inputted directly from our marker, straight in the tablet, and then update straight away. So 18-6 following the first end, first of 5 ends, all UBC matches 5 ends, 3 bowl pairs, 26 metre length. The Matt and Jack are in the same position all day and all night, and if the Jack goes out of bounds or over the bank and it's killed, it gets resplayed on the tee.
It's a good start there by Boy. He's a versatile player as well. As I said, he's played hundreds of games for Malaysia, usually in the skip position, so a bit like Ryan. It's a really important game, this, for the Hornets. I know confidence is a major thing in our sport, and it's fair to say they battled in event 1, just trying to get the right combination. They really need to start this event well.
Did you think there might have been a change to the lineup?
I did. As I said, Ryan Tatum plays at Deer Park with myself, and he's a skip in our Premier League side. I would have given him an opportunity. He's a very, very good runner. So obviously in this format, you need your skip sort of converting. I think it would have been worth a crack, but Ferguson's a great player as well. Just misses a toucher there.
Finishes in a really good area though. But Boy here for the Tigers. Great openers. Looks pretty handy once again.
Just needs to run. The line is great.
Yeah, so just shy there. Well, a chance here, just touch tighter. Ryan can grab that Jack for himself. He'd love to get the lead crossover shot here. We often talk about the final lead bowl each end and how vital it can be. If you can get a touch around the lead shot, it's 3 points for the touch and 3 points for the lead shot, so 6 points can really change things in a match. Just as he slides past once again. 21-6 the lead now for the Tigers.
And a shout out to Ryan's partner Brittany over in the crowd with a little baby. It's fantastic to see the family come down and support Ryan. Lives in Geelong, so travels every week to Melbourne.
Yeah, it is great to see all the families involved with the bowls and the support that way and coming down. And only a little bub, but some of the kids are getting a little bit older and they're getting more involved as well. You see some of them out in the rink chucking some bowls down. Future UBC stars.
We saw one of our markers. He's a 13-year-old, plays Premier League here for Moama. Leads for Big Kevin. Kevin's his idol, so hopefully we'll get to see him working on the TV rink one night. Oh, wow. He's unlucky.
He slides past that front. He would have bellied the Jack then.
Does open it up with his next bowl though, so a good opportunity here for Lena to just make it more difficult for Ferguson to get out of trouble here. She'll be looking to full draw up. It's okay. The same bowl gets it. Sometimes that's the hardest thing. Playing the same bowl.
Yep.
Not easy. He's close though.
Close.
What a shot. David Ferguson.
And just what the Hornets needed, not just for this game, but for the rest of the week. They needed a big bowl played early. Just something like that. You talk about confidence. You get Fergie's confidence up, he'll be hard to beat.
You're spot on. You're absolutely spot on. I think Ferguson is when he's up and about, he's a fantastic player, and he needed that for a little bit of self-belief. So what can Lena do? Her weight looks okay, just needs to run a little bit. So it should be second.
Well, once again, big bowl here. Ryan Tatum just telling Fergo, you get a toucher, you make 3 out of it, you get the ultimate end and a toucher. And a big chance here to take the lead.
It's a great effort. He's played it well. There's enough for another one.
Yeah, 3 good bowls that end from Ferguson. He just clipped with his first one, so didn't get the result, but he followed it up with the perfect trail and then drew the second shot. And the scores are locked at 24 apiece after 2 ends.
Quite a breezy day again. Hopefully it's not as bad as yesterday. It's a good start there by Tatum. Can he fall over? Doesn't get the toucher, but great start. Mike Kernahan, the New Zealand bowls New Zealand selector. And legend, he just called out. Cheering Ryan on. Oh, well played.
Well, the players are zoned in now.
So Ryan got this opportunity. David Ferguson actually was unavailable for event 1 at Dandenong earlier this year. So they needed a player. Wow, look at this. Outstanding bowling. Both players. So he got the opportunity to fill in one event, and I think he made a really big impression on the team owner, Mike Carroll. So they selected him in the draft for this event, so it's a great opportunity for Ryan. Pretty keen to get back into the Victorian state side.
A change of hands here for Tatum. Wellington Hornets just slight leaders at the moment, 27-24.
This is 3 very good bowls. Can he get right down? Oh, it's well played. That's very good. So the boy's got about a foot of room to draw the shot. It's just turning. So it'll be another 3 points for the Hornets. Just extending their lead out to 6 now.
Yeah, it wasn't long ago that they were 21-9 behind. So they've scored 21 shots, 31 points to 3. Ferguson was in fine touch last end. Can you continue that on here and see if the Hornets can push away in this event 2 opener?
And it's not bad. Just doesn't want to make a target, which he's going to. That's good. Bowl fell over. So it'll be big weight here from Lena, looking to make contact with those 2-shot bowls. Oh, what a result.
Yeah, big result there. Peeled off her own front one, or boys' front one, onto the 2-shot bowls, and the Jack sort of jammed around with their 2 oranges.
Ferguson will be looking to draw a shot here. He won't want to leave it till he's last. Just needs to drop. That's a great shot. He's in good touch this morning, Ferguson.
That's one thing too, Case. Quite often when we've seen people changing to that side, they've finished high the line or quick through there. So that's a really good changeover for Ferguson, especially so early in the day and so early in the event.
This start will be making our team owner, Mike Carroll, a bit happier. He was a little bit concerned after the last couple of days, but he'll be looking for a big start here. And the boys are delivering so far. He's out on a similar line. Just needs to run. Close for third.
Do we potentially see going for the jack or the bowl? If you get the jack and the bowl, even if you were to kill it on the dot's a good result. You get the toucher. If the jack was to stay in, not the best backwards. So we'll see weight here from Lena. She's watching it. Well, here we go. Got the jack.
Unlucky.
So
That was a good
she'll be
shot.
1 down, but the toucher. So gets the 3 points for the toucher. A bit stiff there. So shot to the Hornets, 2nd and 3rd to the Tigers. The Hornets move along to 40.
So 40 to 35. The start of N4. Nothing in it, mate.
No, just 5 points and a couple of big bowls from the skippers, both sides of the coin. It's very, well, the scores are saying the same. It's hard to split these two teams here, Case. You know, both the leads are performing well. Both the skips have played big bowls.
Yeah, it's a good match. At the moment, you kind of think the Hornets probably just got the touch on them with Ferguson delivering. That's a good shot, Ryan Tatum. That's the shot bowl. Boy doesn't really need to change too much. His weight was ideal.
Just a touch high there. But it's not wasted. It's definitely not wasted. The way the head's set up as well. That's what they'll be looking to trail that jack. Where for the Hornets, as Ferguson was just showing the way for Ryan just to get down to that orange second shot bowl. If you do happen to slip by, it's not terrible. You finish in a really good spot. Next up, we'll have the Hong Kong qualifiers and Club Sunbury Extreme, followed by the Phoenix, Pyalba Phoenix against the Flemken Colts. Flemken Colts, expect them to bounce back. They're another side that missed out in the finals of Event 1. I'd expect to see them at least in one of the finals for the next two events. Well, he gets a bit of the jack and the shot. 6 points. All of a sudden, the Tigers are back in front.
Six-point bowl. makes a big difference. Not only do they not lose the 3, but they gain 6. So it's a big bowl by Boy. Still open though for Ferguson to just arrive up there, land the bowl, a little trail. Pretty close.
Yeah, what a shot.
Come to play this morning. Can't even see the Wellington team owner this morning.
Must have been that confident he's gone for another breakfast.
He's missing this great performance so far from David Ferguson. So weight is the key here. The orange bowl is probably about 18 inches past the jack, so anything with less than a foot of weight will be okay for the Hornets here. Just underplayed it.
Well, it's wide open here. Trail that jack, land the bowl. That's what we're seeing. Seeing that attacking sort of line just a touch high though. It's going to finish in a good area, so it's going to might get the Hornets thinking here. Do they cover, or do they try and play the shot themselves and draw a toucher?
I think they've got to cover. They won't want to be losing an ultimate end with only one end to go. So he'll be looking just to get anywhere near the tee, the 6 foot mark.
Yeah, he's almost spot on.
Good shot. It's ideal, the backers bowl and on the tee. Still plenty of chances though there for the Malaysian team to arrive up with 4, 5, 6 feet of weight. Possibly even more. Just going big weight.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's big weight. Well, there goes to show that coverage from Ferguson. Otherwise, they would have been 1 and 2 down. However, it's Ferguson who will grab the shot for the Hornets. But Lena, a great shot there to get 2nd and 3rd, and also the toucher. And we have a margin of simply just 1 point heading into the 5th and final end. 53-52 the way of the Hornets. It's been quite the battle, Case. For 2 teams who didn't make the finals in Event 1, they've been pretty darn good. Like, that's been an impressive opening game.
Yeah, they didn't make the finals, but they're both quality sides. It's so important to start this event off well, get early wins on the board. And Boy's pretty good again. Can he get the toucher?
Yes.
He's done it. Well played. So Ryan just needs to correct about 1 metre of weight. He won't be happy with that one, but he's got a 3rd one. So it's a 2-shot lead to the Tigers.
Okay, so a couple of scores are floating in. Club Sunbury Extreme, they've started off the event fantastically with a win +27 against the Weeper Crocs, And Moama Green just carrying on their merry way with a 7-point win over the Bowls Asia Eagles.
I think he's just on the wider side. What's he done here, Greenie?
He gets another toucher, so
that's great.
He's really capitalised, and the Tigers are capitalised on this end nice and early. So they've got 9 points.
Another 6-point bowl, that one.
Yeah, so he's got 2 touches and the lead crossover. So the Hornets went into this end leading 53-52, and with just 3 bowls played and halfway through the end, the Tigers are leading 61-53.
And the pressure's right on here. He needs to play weight to make some contact with that shot bowl.
He's played it well, Fergo.
That's a very good shot.
Well, there's Sauce's back now. He's just he's obviously been watching inside the clubhouse. He's come out just to rally his troops on late, but he's any bowls that he's missed on the TV, you'd have to go back and watch a replay because they've been in fine form, especially Ferguson with his conversions. But Lena, this will be another toucher case.
Another toucher. So the weight here is the key. He doesn't want the jack to go back. He needs to make a multiple. Doesn't want to go too far. Just underneath. Needs to keep his ball up though. Which he has. It's going to be difficult here for Ferguson. Just needs a jack to go back like 2 feet. So we're looking for a bit of cover here from the Malaysians. Anywhere between the back bowl and the second backers bowl, which he's done. That's the right call. So they do need first and second. They just touch that bowl with about 2 foot of weight. Just held.
Got the second shot out. Well, hard lines here for the Hornets. I thought some of the conversions they played, I thought they actually played really well. I thought they probably deserved a win, but in saying that, you can't take anything away from the Tigers here, especially this last end. And they've gone into the last end, 1 behind with points, and took control just purely through touches.
3 touches.
So it'll be first and third for the Tigers. It'll be second to the Hornets. But a 77-58 victory to the Asian Tigers in this round 1 event 2 clash. It had a bit of everything. And even though the Hornets will walk away without a win, there's plenty to take from that game case. This could be a big event for them.
Yeah, I think they would come off pretty happy with the way they played, but as you say, take nothing away from the Tigers. They were outstanding, particularly those last 2 ends. Boy set the platform up early, and superstar Lena did her thing, so well done to the Bowls Asia Tigers. Mr. Yee will be a happy man.
Next up, we'll see a new face in the Club Sunbury Extreme as well, Kate. Nick Cale. He's flown in from over in the UK, over in Ireland, where he was representing Australia in the World Under-25 Championships in the mixed pairs with Brianna.
Yeah.
I think they got silver.
They did, yeah.
And
silver,
he got a silver in the singles, and Brianna got gold in the singles. So big effort there from the Aussies. It'd be great to see him out here on the carpet as well.
Absolutely. Nick Cale, one of rising stars in Queensland Bowls, member of the Broadbeach Bowls Club with Brian Bester.
And there we see the Section A standings and give you an understanding of the teams that are in Section A, because between events 1, 2 and 3 the sections do change. The Flemken Colts, talking about them during game 1, expecting them to bounce back, and the Streaky Bay Sharks. So comprehensive win for the Newland Spiders as well. North Queensland Roos minus 37 first up. You see the lines there, underneath 2 and underneath 6. The top 2 straight through to the quarterfinals, and 3 through to 6 they will be into the preliminary finals.
We'll shift straight ahead to round 2, Section A matches on the TV ring, the Hong Kong qualifiers.
So we'll see Kelvin Kirko. Just see if he leads up for Nick. Just struggled a little bit yesterday, Kelvin. But yeah, they had a big win this morning, so I'll be looking for this combination to get the job done.
Yeah, 13 teams in each section, 26 in total. There's 13 rounds. Each section plays 13 rounds. That includes 12 matches and a bye. See on the standings there, the Newland Kiwis, they were the team which had the bye and just that little bit of extra sleep in this morning.
Just waiting for the Hong Kong players to come over. Just finishing their game off, are they? They were making their way over.
No, there they are. Just a new lineup too for the Hong Kong qualifiers.
Ada Lau and
Anthony So. And the third player of their team, James Pearce.
Another Deer Park player.
So it looks like it'll be Ada and Anthony.
It's a big opportunity here for Sunbury to chalk up another win. On paper, this is probably the slightly easier section of the two, so I feel there's going to be some teams win a majority of their games. Flemken will be right up there. You would think Moama would be up there again. So,
as we saw with Event 1, and we've seen with all the previous events with the UBC, it's about cashing in early and getting those wins on the board. If you're going into your 6th round with 2 or 3 losses, you're really behind the 8 ball, and quite often you'll find yourself chasing in the last couple of games and then pending, looking at other results. So you're putting your fortune in other people's hands, and that's never good. It's great to see though the Hong Kong qualifiers down there, just getting a photo as they do before every game. So they're here, they're enjoying it, and they're loving the atmosphere. And it's great to see, and that's what it's all about, the spirit of bowls on show right there. And it is. Kelvin Kirko is going to lead up for World Under-25 singles and mixed pairs silver medalist Nick Cale.
And for these young Hong Kong players, Kelvin Kirko is probably a bit of a legend to them as well.
Yep.
He's played a lot of times in Hong Kong in their classic tournaments, so very popular on the world stage. We saw Ada put a lot of bowls down last night on this rink, getting some practice in, so and this is what we might see, that the pace of these two greens are different. So all the other games are on green A, which is at the front of the club. It probably runs about 14 seconds. And the TV rink on rink B is around about 15.5, 16. So you will see players just take a bowl or two to adapt.
And that's what it was. It was just a second bowl for Kelvin. Just a slight correction and a toucher and 3 points, and Sunbury first on the scoreboard.
Just travelling through. Not out of play though. 2 bowls and close to the tee. That's a good start here from Kirko. 3 good bowls. Got that cheeky grin back on his face. Here we go, attacking already.
Well, they're here. They're in the UBC. They've qualified, Case, so they've played events before, so they know the format, they know their tactics, and I think they're just going to back themselves.
There's a big target there, so I don't mind that call. Particularly the third bowl of the leads. If she was to get the jack through, obviously she gets the toucher and wins the end, so it's a good call. Nick Cale, that's very good. Still there. He might have to change his hand, but we will be seeing some weight here.
Watching intently, does he get the... Well, I thought he was almost going to get that front orange through the jack. And just held a touch higher than that. Kelvin happy with the first, second and third shots there. So he'll be heading around to the tee area.
He's done pretty well.
It probably looks like second best to the tee. Nothing changes here though. Wait once again. No, back to the draw.
Needs to turn.
Well, what a shot.
That's a good shot.
What a shot, Case. It's gone from the runner back to the draw. Well, the confident draw anyway.
It's a quality shot. Nice weight. So Nick will be looking to just change his head up, but he's slightly wide. Hasn't this head changed? He's got probably 2 feet now to get third shot. I think he'd be very happy with that. First and third.
Well, incredibly, if he was to draw third shot here, Case, after the first end, which Sunbury has absolutely dominated,
Yeah,
Hong Kong will be in the lead.
absolutely. And he was staring down the barrel of a ultimate end down, so no matter what, Anthony has done very well here. Just going to turn across, but he will get the shot. Kelvin just having another look.
And we see Vivian Yip watching on, and Vivian was instrumental with the qualifiers in Hong Kong and her Simply Bowls.
Absolutely. Vivian and Dorothy, huge supporters of the UBC and great ambassadors for bowls in Hong Kong. They run a number of qualifying events for us, so great to have them over here playing for the Bowls Asia Eagles as well. Unfortunately, Mr. Yee couldn't come over this time, just due to travel restrictions, so we're hoping he'll be back over next year.
Oh, it's fantastic, really, to see all the international players, the franchises. There's a number of spectators here too, have travelled far and wide.
Well, interesting stat last night, the the final 8 players of the tournament, only 2 were Aussies. So New Zealanders, UK players, obviously a Canadian, Ryan Bester.
Another good opener from Kelvin.
I think he'll be enjoying going back to the lead position. He skipped yesterday with Carla, and unfortunately Carla has had to withdraw the next 2 events. That's good bowling.
Okay, so is it another prime example, Kelvin, of the really good singles players who are dynamite in the UBC leading up? Because it's almost like that. It's pretty much just a 3-bowl singles game.
Absolutely. And that third bowl, I keep saying it, that third bowl you can attack, no matter what. So this is the bowl here for Kelvin. He'll be looking to get a toucher. There's nothing to lose by giving it a chance. He's just needs to hold. It's a good bowl, but he will be a little bit disappointed with that. Just 15 inches short. What will we see here from Anthony?
I think he's just going to try and draw it first up, Case. We've seen players get in trouble when they've played a fair bit of weight early on, and there is a lot of room here. And the beauty, if he's to jump right on top of the jack, he's got the bowls past that will be coverage for later. He looks to be trying to hunt down there.
He's got the
Don't
jack.
worry about drawing it. Just trail the jack. Thanks very much.
I like his style. He's got no fear.
Yeah, just fearless.
Confident type of player. Oh, it's a good shot there from Nick. Second shot. So Anthony, he'll be looking to draw another. Slightly behind, which he won't be disappointed with that.
Yeah, much the same here for Kale.
Probably a little bit too much weight. He would have been hoping, if he did miss, to try and get third. Nick Cale, another player from Broadbeach. Geez, they're getting a powerful lineup. Obviously Aaron Sheriff and Ryan Bester. Sean Ingham. Nick Cale, so he'll be looking just to draw up. Has he got the hole?
He just slides through, so will he grab third or not? That's the question. First and third, the way of Hong Kong. Blue, orange, blue. So that's what the players, they just indicate to the markers the first 3. They'll put it through the tablet, and then straight away, as you see on screen there, the scores are updated, and it's a 26-22 lead for Hong Kong. In case, it's just been a couple of big bowls. That's all it's been for Hong Kong. Sunbury, they've been the most consistent team on the rink.
Yeah, well, we've seen Kelvin hold 3 shots on both ends, and it's just been Anthony So converting, just reaching up, giving his bowler a chance.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Case, with reaching up. That's what these Hong Kong qualifiers have been doing. The two have been reaching through the jack. There has not been one short bowl from the duo.
He's a good opener, so this has been the closest opening bowl from Hong Kong, so a little bit more pressure on Kelvin now. So 26-22 on the third end. She's going to get down. Oh.
Good opening pair there. And, well, we saw Club Sunbury won their first game by 27. The qualifiers were defeated by 39 in their first match, so they're really bouncing back here. That was up against the Flemken Colts.
So Calvin's just wide again. Had to change his hand.
And this is one thing. We'd see a number of teams would actually swap over here and try and get the touch of themselves, even though they're holding shot. Would try and grab the jack.
Yeah, you're spot on. It's probably a bit of a missed opportunity there, but it's a good bowl at the back anyway. So Kelvin will be looking to get the shot here. He's not far away. Can he get up to the bowl? He can.
He's done enough. And will he fall onto the
And he
jack?
got the touch
he does. And see, that's the bit of experience there too, Case. I think play the shot even when you're holding, and you can take it away from the opponent. Even if you were to crash on your front or you leave something in the eye. But it was just wide open there, and for a player of the calibre of Kelvin Kirko, he'll just deliver time and time again.
So Anthony So will be looking just to make contact with Kelvin's bowl. It's not going to get down, but there's another bowl waiting. It's a nice weight.
It's 26-28. Just past the halfway mark.
Oh, that's a good shot. Very good. It's close for 2 now.
Once again though, Hong Kong have got those bowls past the jack. So I think we'll see some confidence here. If you can get onto the shot bowl, even land the last bowl of Nick's.
Oh, he's just taking his weight off.
Unlike the style of play we've seen from Hong Kong the previous 2.5 ends. Where's the fearless, carefree attitude, Case?
Is he going to hold around the front and get the jack? Oh,
he's definitely got second out of it.
He was all over the jack. He just touched that blue bowl. Well, he won't be short here, Greenie.
I wonder if he's just worried about flicking his own front one away, but he's already first and second down, and as the mark is indicating, first, second and third. So nothing really to lose. Gets onto the front orange, which is just in front of the jack and the shot bowl. He can get the jack back to his own.
He's close.
He needs to get his own. He's done
enough.
Once again, we've seen a blockbuster bowl.
Wow.
And a head-changing bowl from the Hong Kong qualifiers.
Have a look at Kelvin. Oh.
They can't do much more, Sunbury.
No. Big bowl here from Nick Cale. For a player of his standard, he should be drawing the shot, but...
Is he there, Case?
Just needs to run. He has.
He's done enough.
It's a good shot.
Big bowl there. Speaking of big bowls, Anthony So with his final bowl, the end. Down ultimate end.
The conversion king.
Yes. 30, and keeps him in the game too. 34-38. Gilv must have know which one he wants to use first, second and third. Looking around.
They've probably got the
There's
same
not that
logo.
much choice.
Yeah. Oh, it's a good start here.
Yeah, that's definitely the right one to pick. Yeah, great start there. Adelaide here. The Hong Kong qualifiers. Pretty handy too, Case. Get down to the jack.
She's got the jack. What a bowl.
Well, they keep delivering. (37-38). 1 point the margin, and at times you'd think Sunbury were going to run away with it. But time and time again, Anthony So has delivered for the qualifiers.
And we've seen the last couple of ends now that Ada up front starting to find her weight. Well, she's passed again, which is good.
Even when she wasn't jumping on early, she was getting past bowls past the head, and I think that created the opportunities as well for her skip, Anthony.
When in the end, they all counted, didn't they?
Yes.
Most ends. Jack has gone back. Disappointed with that. Those second and third bowl just short.
Yeah, in Hong Kong they'll wrestle back the lead if they hold on to this shot following this bowl.
Okay, so Nick Cale, he'll be wanting to make a change here.
You think he'll be down on his backhand, Case, between those two oranges. He gets any movement of those oranges, it's all good. If he gets the gap and gets a piece of the jack, love the jack in the guts.
Yep.
That's what we're seeing. Confidence down on the backhand. Wicket down.
Oh, he's actually made that hole a little bit smaller.
Yeah, and he lost his bowl as well. Not the ideal result. Anthony So, he'd love to get a toucher of his own here and just trail it just around the corner.
He's not far away, is he?
He's played it well. In case this is brilliant.
That's a perfect bowl.
Mate, I like it. I like what I see. Anthony So.
Got a bit of style about him too,
Yeah.
hasn't he?
I like what I see. He might be a regular on the UBC events
Hong
in
Kong
the future.
have got many good young players. Oh, he got the toucher, but it's not a great result.
Well, with Cale's last bowl, it'll be the second end in a row that he will be facing an ultimate end. Last end we saw him draw the shot. This end, however, he's just played two weighted bowls. And there's not as much room to draw a shot. There is room to draw second and third. But
so in this sort of situation, he'll be definitely wanting to draw at least second. Needs to stop. That's second.
He's done enough.
It's a good shot.
You'll still see Hong Kong take a healthy little margin into the fifth and final end. If Anthony's to get down to that last bowl of Nicks and just give it a full roll, he can get the ultimate end himself. Looks to be in the area. Can he get one of his up and over? No, he can't. So it will be second shot there to Sunbury. However, all important first shot and the third, worth 3 points itself, go the way of Hong Kong, and they will take a 10-point margin into the fifth end.
It's been an interesting game, hasn't it? Big missed opportunity there from Kelvin. Just needed to make a difference arriving. He fell short twice, so look for him to bounce back here in the final end. 10 points down.
Handy start there. As we've seen with the Hong Kong qualifiers, turning heads over, moving jacks. Moama Green case, they've had a win. Another win, I should say, this time by 42.
I think we'll just see them continue on that winning streak too.
Yes.
Full of confidence from event one. So good opener there from Kelvin.
Well, good shot too. What a reply. No toucher, but it is the shot and it covers the jack. So, take perfect weight here for Kelvin to get around that and get to the jack. Nick likes it though. It's just starting to chew now though. So still, Hong Kong hold the shot. And they get the lead crossover. If they can maintain that with these last two lead bowls of the end. It's been one of those games, Case, where they've just hung in and just played a couple of big bowls when needed, and quite often we'll see that in the UBC. You know, it's might only take one or two bowls an end, and occasions, sometimes you can see teams play too well and have too much of a grouping, and then you've got the back bowls, and if you just miss out on covering them, things can change awfully quick.
Just running through.
So it'll be a further 3 points to Hong Kong. They'll lead by 13. 3 bowls remaining. 3 for Hong Kong and 3 for Sunbury.
So now, first and second won't be enough. Nick will need to draw a touch or two if he does only get 2.
I think that's one of the beauties about Ada's second bowl, which she got the shot with. She did cover up a bit of that jack, Case, so
yep.
it was back to the draw for Kelvin as opposed to trying to land it or trail the jack.
So ideally, Nick, if he doesn't draw the shot now, he needs to beat that back bowl, the third shot of Hong Kong's. Which he's done. So that's a good bowl there from Nick Cale. Does give him a chance now.
And these are the stages where the players are looking at the corner of their eye towards the scoreboards, just to make sure they know exactly how many points they are behind or they are in front, and pretty much the score dictates what bowl's going to be played. So they don't need to be adding any shots in there, Hong Kong.
It's going for the bowl here.
Okay, Gale on his forehand, looking for the edge of the bowl. Doesn't want to get his own.
Ooh. Makes it tougher now. That's, Nick only needed to draw a toucher there. A 2 would have been enough with the toucher.
Well, even if he could have still removed the shot bowl or promoted one of the oranges, and it was a bit more coverage too for his 2 second and third shots that were behind the jack. On the forehand though, as we saw, he just missed the shot bowl and clipped 2 of his own.
This is probably Anthony's worst end of the game.
Yeah.
But it does block it up too.
Well, that's it. It doesn't make it any easier. So we see on screen there, we see 1 for the blue, 2 and 3 for Sunbury. It'll be interesting to see who holds 4th shot case, because if it is 4th shot to Sunbury, they can still get the bowl out for the match.
Too. So he needs the bowl out clean for the game.
They're still watching it. Is he? Oh, he's just through the gap. You only needed the edge of it and it would have been a win for Sunbury, but instead Hong Kong have bounced back from a 37-point defeat in round 1 to claim a victory of their own in round 2 against Sunbury. The Hong Kong qualifiers 69 and Sunbury 54.
Great to see Hong Kong get an early win on the board. That'll do their confidence world good.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Anthony So. I'll tell you what, I love the way he plays the game. Fearless.
Absolutely.
And even partner Atta, like just getting the bowls through, and that's what we see with the UBC. You see those leads who continually push through the jack and finish in really good areas. And what we saw there was all her bowls which were past the jack, they generally came into play later on in the game.
Yeah.
So I'll be keeping a keen eye on the Hong Kong qualifiers and watching their results, because I'd love to see him back on the TV ring.
And he's probably done his research too. He's probably watched a lot of the replays of the UBC over the years and adapted some game styles from some of our greats.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Yeah, good on him.
The thing is too that we mentioned they've been through the qualifying, so they've played a number of games on Hong Kong circuit over there to progress through to this week. So they know what's going on, and that's the tactics in a little bit of research. As we have a look at the Section A standings, so Moama Green bowls Asia Tigers. 2 out of 2 there, plus 31. Well, they were impressive. So no doubt they will be looking to get a first finals berth in the UBC. Newlyn Spiders, 1 win. Okay, so they won their first, lost their second. Already we see a number of teams with losses, only 3 teams undefeated, and that's only after 2 rounds.
So the Hornets had a win. Good to see.
So case up now, we have the Hyalba Phoenix take battle with, they do battle with the Flemken Colts. Who's lining up for both sides, Case?
So for Hyalba, it's Mark Armstrong. So he's the team owner of this team. So a champion player from Queensland with a rising star of Queensland bowls, Cohen Litfin. And interesting, we see Nathan Wilson leading up.
We do, and we'll get back to the coverage on the green. You don't want to be looking at us while the bowls is being played.
So, and of course Dylan Fisher. And again, this is a good move. I like Dylan's a great skipper, current state skipper. So, yeah, I like it. Something different.
Okay, so round 2 scores through Section A as we.
And it's obviously working for them this morning. So
we do know that they're a fun team, aren't they, Flemken Colts? And they got great support too.
We had a couple of quiet drinks with Nathan Wilson last night, and he was very keen to make an impact in event 2. He's been one of the standout players of the UBC since we started in 2019, so member of the Altona Bowling Club in Melbourne.
It suits his attacking style, doesn't it?
Well, he's a player that he's just got this natural ability to play the impossible shots when he's in trouble. Whether it's a draw or drive, he's got all the shots in the book. Well played, Mark Armstrong. Touch of his last.
That is all thanks to Specsavers. Keeping on top of your eye health is there too.
So just overplaying it.
Yeah, further 3 points there for the Phoenix. So the toucher and the lead crossover, they're beyond 6 early stages of this match. And the Colts yet to hit the scoreboard.
And we've seen Cullen lead up on this rink a lot over the last 2 days. So back into the skipping position. And it's good to have Mark Armstrong out there. I think you said a stat last night. He was one of the best leads in event 1, but he put the young guns out there in the finals, which is good of him.
Yeah, it was a handy first event for them, quarterfinalists. We've seen a number of franchises who have been in the UBC since the inaugural event in 2019, and they're yet to reach the finals. So for the Phoenix to reach the finals in their first crack gives them a lot of confidence heading into the rest of this week.
And they've brought a coach from Queensland, Graham Hooper, along, trying to guide the team. That's good bowling. And their third player, Nick Gosley. So definitely a good team on paper. Doesn't like this one, Dylan.
Well, this could be a big start here for the Phoenix. Still one bowl remaining for both skips. But the way it's shaping, it's looking pretty handy for Armstrong and his Phoenix Chargers.
Oh, just pulling up, but doesn't make it any easier for Dylan. So it's
What
2
sort of
to
shot
blue.
do we see here? Do we see an attacking shot, like trying to get through the front? Is there any angles that can get onto the shot bowl? Or is he, I think there, that's a shot. Try and draw down, you get the second shot, especially nice and early in this game. They've been playing on the main green, so for him to get here on the TV rink, try and find that early.
Can you get to that blue bowl? Oh, he just held out. He did get second.
Yeah, good shot there from Dylan Fisher. But a big early lead for the Phoenix, 19-5. 19-5 they lead after just one end. And, well, I don't think there's any margin that you'd be comfortable leading the Colts, because there's just plenty of firepower there and finesse.
Absolutely.
They're pretty sure they can run any score down, given it's possible.
So here's a good opportunity here for Nathan Wilson. Probably two best players in the state out here at the moment, Fisher and Wilson, so fantastic combination. It's a pretty good correction here.
Can you get all the way to it, Case? Just going to fall shy, but great correction.
It's a really good bowl. Just taking his time to find his weight this morning.
Yeah, anywhere past the jack's good here. Just continues on a little bit further there. Yeah, well played, Mark Armstrong. He just forgot about that first one and then started again. Hit the reset button, drew the shot, and then a little bit of coverage. Nathan Wilson, his third bowl this end. What can he deliver?
Oh. Well, it does help.
Yeah, definitely makes it better. Gives Dylan a couple of chances there.
There's a good angle there on Dylan's forehand to come off Nathan's bowl now, so we'll probably see Cohen do something similar as well. Oh, he's going to play his backhand.
Pretty handy here, Case. Oh, he's a touch now.
That's a good shot.
Yep. Well played.
Very good bowl.
Two options here. Dylan's discussing with Wilson. It's draw it off or go early.
So it's a backhand drive from Fisher.
He's still watching it. Got it.
What a
Well
shot.
played. Well played.
It's outstanding.
And go it early he did. Perfect connection. And all of a sudden, the Colts have a little bit of pressure on the Phoenix.
His weight looks good.
And what a shot.
That's a great shot. So back to Fisher. He's got about 1.5 foot to draw the shot. Coming off a drive, not easy.
Just a matter of getting a clear road here. Crashes on the last, but it does give him a chance there, Case, because you see that cannon. We're in probably in the perfect angle because that lines up directly with our commentary box. But that orange on the blue looks like it's missing the jack, so a bit of pressure still here on the Phoenix. Make sure they get another bowl on the head, even though they're holding shot. The next three belong to the orange Colts.
So Cohen will be looking to do something similar.
He's just got to hurry now, I think. Will you get... Okay.
Can he see it?
I definitely think he can see it. It's just a matter of what weight.
So the shot clock is down to 12. And gets it away with 3 seconds to go, so it's forehand.
It's got to be very close here. Look at this for a shot.
Oh, wow-wee.
Dylan Fisher. We said it lined up perfect, and that's what it was all about too. That
saw it, didn't you?
Yeah.
That's a skipper coming out of you, Granny.
Yeah. I love that stuff.
Shot of the tournament, Nathan Wilson just declared.
That's why it was vital for the Phoenix to get that other bowl on the head there. They really would have loved to have got down and got a second shot, been first and second. Yeah, I think we'll just have to have a quick look at that score there.
Edwin. Score's wrong.
The Phoenix, they're thinking, how good's this? We've just dropped first and second, and we'll get that sorted. But there it is. It's all sorted now, and that's how quick it is. Just quickly changed on the tablet, and we see the Colts bounce back to just be 5 behind now. 25-20 after 2 ends.
Wow. 2 massive bowls there from Dylan Fisher. Keeps the Colts in the game. First one.
And then straight away, Nathan Wilson. I'd say even 3. I'd say all 3 of his bowls were great there, because he's whacked early and then he's drawn down, which gave himself that angle, and then played it with his third as well.
So Nathan Wilson with a super start, just missing the jack, but a very good opener. So anything past the jack here is going to be good for the Colts.
Case the Weeper Crocs after 2 rounds. 2 losses, minus 69. They went down the very last bowl in the preliminary final against the Phoenix. The Phoenix getting an ultimate end. That was event 1.
What's he done here?
Opens it up. That's a great shot
what
there.
A bowl.
Mark Armstrong.
He's made the shot as well. So this is where we've seen Nathan Wilson time again just reaching up. He's down on one knee already. Just missing the ball and jack.
You're looking for the live scoreboard. We're just discussing a couple of matches. You can get live results at your fingertips, ultimatebowls.com/scoreboard for the standings. The results will be coming through shortly for live games, but these early stages you're just getting section standings. So after each match you can see where your team or teams are standing and what's in front of them on their way to the finals.
Pretty impressive, Mark Armstrong.
I saw a couple of his games yesterday, Case, and he was definitely an effective lead, put it that way. Well, it's got to be coverage now. We just saw Fisher and the destruction he made last end.
Yeah, so Cohen will be looking to get to the tee, I would say, and he's not far away. He's played it perfect. Right on the tee. It's as good as a toucher.
Yeah, I still think it's just that confidence down there for Dylan. He can land those 2 bowls if he gets half the jack. Pops it out to the side here. That's what we'll see.
Just needs to turn. Oh, what a bowl, Fisher, again.
Continues to deliver here for the Colts.
So now the Colts have first and third. It's a big change. So it's been the brilliance of Dylan Fisher to keep him in the game. He's pulled up short here, but he's done the damage, so bit of pressure now on Cohen. Right at the moment, this will be enough to get the Colts a lead. He could nearly play any weight he likes, to be honest. He has got the backers bowl, so he will be just reaching up on the backhand.
Well, he's going to need that to hold. Unless he's working off his own. Gets a bit fortunate, but no. That was a big chance there. It's a pretty wide target as well. You could sit either of the oranges or grab the jack. Just finishing tight. You're quite right too. He could have pretty much played any way he liked.
Yeah, even if he, took out the third shot, that would have given them second and third.
We're all locked up, 33 apiece after 3. All the 3s. Another good start here from Wilson.
So we've seen Armstrong play this commentary side on his forehand. So now he will have to change to the backhand, and it is a wider hand. He's really found his line on this tight side, so
might organise some padding for these seats later on, Case.
I was just thinking the same.
Yeah,
got the touch.
And that'll put the Colts into the lead. And Case, following this match, we have the Newlyn Kiwis up against the streaky Bay Sharks. And we'll see a new lineup for the Newlyn Kiwis, because as we know, the Newlyn sides, they're qualifying sides from New Zealand. Sheldon Baggery Howley, Finbar McGuigan, Keanu Darby.
There he is. Jumps the A-frame, sits in the crowd.
We've seen that a number of occasions, haven't we? That's his go-to move.
2 touches that end from Nathan Wilson, so back over to Armstrong. He has got plenty of room to draw the shot. Yeah, it's a good shot there from Mark Armstrong.
Yeah, big bowl there from Armstrong, especially following the touches from Wilson. It was vital there for the Phoenix to grab the lead shot. Fisher with a little bit of love there from the front bowl, and a little bit of luck as well. Looks to be, not sure whether it's shot or a second shot. Very close. Mark will let us know, and yes, it is shot. So probably played good weight and he got the result.
So another bowl in the head here will be the aim of Dylan, and he doesn't like it. Can he miss the blue? Beautiful weight, just on that tighter side.
Well, for Cohen, it's a good guide, Armstrong's bowl. If he can get to Armstrong's bowl, it doesn't. He's going to look to try and promote his own on that line.
Well, it's another close one. So he'll be looking same weight, just on a higher line. Get to that blue bowl of Armstrong's.
Good delivery, isn't it?
Silk.
Case? Yeah.
He's always had one of the best deliveries going around, Dylan Fisher. Just doesn't want the hole. He could not play that much better. Just finds the hole.
So if it was to stay this way, we'll be looking at the Colts taking a 5-point lead into the 5th and final end. I think Cohen wants to have something to say about that.
Well, he is in the area here.
Gets to that and falls in. I think
that's
that's
shot.
enough for shot. That is enough for shot.
It's a good end of bowls, that.
Instead, it will be the Phoenix who take a 5-point margin and a 5-point lead into the 5th and final end up against the Flemken Colts. Alright, which of these leads is going to make the biggest impact this end? It's been a good battle all round. Leeds battle's been pretty tight. I think Fisher's definitely won the skips battle.
Yeah, all four players have. I've been impressed with Mark Armstrong. He's probably just got the better of Nathan Wilson. So, still plenty of room. The first one to get the toucher here will make it difficult for the skip. He's done it. Look at that.
Right on
And he
cue.
gets a touch.
Right
Yep.
on cue.
He's had a few touches this game, Mark Armstrong, and a number of real close bowls. What's he doing here? Oh, he got the
touch of his own. So the margin crept out to 8, back to 5.
So it's probably been the game of the morning so far. Still nothing in it, only 5 the diff.
I'm still just thinking my second team now is the Hong Kong qualifiers.
Who's your first?
Wow, just the point, I reckon, and just I like their shirts.
Oh, he's just holding.
Okay, so the crossover will go the way of the Phoenix. And once again, it's that steady platform that Mark Armstrong continues to provide. 55-47. Each of these skips. 3 bowls remain. And the Phoenix, can they hold on?
So Dylan will be obviously looking for a little trail of the jack. Cohen will know that, so he'll need to cover this, and he's pulling up short. Probably right in the way, isn't it?
He's going to go it.
He's played his runners really well this game. Oh,
well. He was off target there, but that was some result. Now, they've gone from being first and second down to holding first and third.
Is he going to get to the orange? Oh, now the pressure's back on the Phoenix.
Yeah, well, the case, the way it lies, it's actually going to be a 60-point tie. But there's 3 bowls remaining, and things are set to change.
It's a good shot here, Dylan Fisher. That's a brilliant bowl. Absolutely brilliant. Other than not getting a toucher, that was a perfect bowl. He's using Tiger 2s this morning. Just getting that little extra turn.
Well, interesting decision here, Case, because if he looks to go it and misses, they lose the game. If he's to draw a second shot, he can be holding a tie. So I
think his weight's good.
If he holds on to the jack,
his weight's very good. Look at this. Oh, wow.
Don't worry about running or going for second shot, just go for the win. That is a big bowl. That's huge. Well, we've seen some big bowls from Fisher throughout the match, but there's none bigger than that in this match. Colin Litfin, he's the owner of it.
So Dylan needs to draw a toucher. Oh, he's just on that higher line.
Well, what a game that was, Case. Wow. Mark Armstrong, he was setting it up early, and then you had Nathan Wilson delivering some brilliance to trail jacks and change heads. You had Dylan Fisher with the big weighted shots and then some definitely draw shots, but none better than Colin Litfin's last bowl, Case. That was huge. Absolutely huge.
Dylan's bowl down that end to get the shot bowl out was the shot of the day, but Cohen had about an inch to draw the shot, and as you said, he needed a toucher as well. So,
mate, I thought it was just I thought it was advantage Colts, and then all of a sudden Cohen's last bowl, it turned the game on its head.
Absolutely.
And we have a look at the section standings there. Bowls Asia Tigers 3 from 3. That's a great start for them.
Excellent. And that was Payalba's second win as well. So they're repeating the dose from event 1. I'm sure we'll see both of those sides feature straight through to the top 6. If they continue that form up, Payalba and Flemken, they'll be winning their fair share of games.
So next up, Newlyn Kiwis and the Streaky Bay Sharks. So Bowls Asia Tigers on top, Moama Green second place as we see on screen. So it's only early days, but if the top 2 can stay that way, then those 2 teams will qualify directly through to the quarterfinals, because that's how it's set up. 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, they are through to the preliminary finals, but we've only in round 3. We haven't even completed all games in round 3 yet. There's still a couple going on. And as we know, 13 rounds to be played. Each team plays 12, has 1 bye. The Newlyn Kiwis, who we'll see up next, yet to register a win. And their opponents, Streaky Bay Sharks, they're 1-1 and 0 difference. They're a bit stiff in event 1. Just a couple of results didn't go their way, and they were in and then they were out, and they were in and they were out, and at the end of the day they missed out on the finals. They got through to the preliminary finals, sorry, but they missed out on the quarterfinals. And I think that was against Moama Green. So they did sneak in the end, and they run across Moama Green. And as we saw with Moama Green, got all the way through to the final last night and took on Exodus, who were in career best form, those boys. Matty Bouse, Aaron Sheriff, third member of the squad, Sean Ingham. They collected the $50,000 winners check, $500,000 on offer over this week, the ultimate week here at the beautiful Moama Bowling Club on the border of New South Wales and Victoria. Just on the other side is Echuca. A lovely area. Even better when it's nice and sunny like it is today, and the winds toned it down a bit following yesterday's high gusts. So we're just waiting on the Streaky Bay side. The Newland Kiwis, they're ready to rock. Good uniforms too. Fantastic uniforms. We do thank our supporter and sponsor Sports Centre for those. Sports Centre, your trusted sports apparel brand, servicing Australian clubs since 1974. And with 26 teams and teams that have previously been in the UBC, for all the designs to look so fresh and sharp, it's just outstanding. So it looks like round 3 has been completed now, and almost time to start round 4.
On ring 2, Wellington Hornets 75, North Queensland Brewers 54. The Hong Kong qualifiers and Moama Green on ring 3 went the way of Moama. They remain undefeated after an 81-45 victory there. Streaky Bay Sharks on ring 4.
Okay, so they waited right to the end, but the Phoenix got it done.
Yeah, what a cracking game. It was, hopefully we got lots of viewers watching that one. And it was Cohen. He's a rising star, not only of Queensland bowls. I think we're going to see a lot of Cohen Litfin for a long, long time. So, yeah, great win.
Round 4 action getting underway shortly. In fact, a couple of games have commenced. But here on our TV ring, the Newland Kiwis will tackle the Streaky Bay Sharks.
So, we'll have the young guns from New Zealand. These 3 guys are all in their New Zealand national emerging type squad. Sheldon is in their main squad as well, so 3 very good players. And with the Sharks we'll see, no doubt, it'll be Ben Twist. Just waiting on who their lead player will be.
And the choices they have are Cody Packer or Darren Weir.
I think so far their main combination's been Cody Packer, but as we know, all players have to play a minimum of 5 games.
One thing that is certain too is the Streaky Bay owner, Damon, he will be sitting on the couch right in front of us and right in front of his Streaky Bay soldiers, because he's one of their biggest supporters. Well, he's a team owner, but he's always watching every single game. You can't get him away from rinkside. So not only does he support the team with the purchase of the franchise, but it's that support when they're playing as well. It's great to see.
He's a great guy, Damon. He's a very good player in his own right, but Ben Twist has been his player that he's gone to for all events so far.
Well, we had Damon playing in April.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, there was another one of those cases we were talking with Hornets where Ferguson was out. Who was out? Was it Joshy Studham? Was he out, or was Twisty out?
I think Twisty couldn't come down for one of the events, the first event, so Damon played.
So it will be Darren Weir,
the big left-hander from Scotland. So we've got Finbar leading up for Sheldon for the New Zealanders.
So much like the Hong Kong qualifiers, these guys won their way through qualifying events in New Zealand.
They actually won.
I was going to say they didn't just do one, they did it twice. So the beauty for them is they're going to be in 2 events. So event 2 and event 3.
Have a look at this. What a start.
Might just be a surprise, but
for us Australians, this will be the first time that we see these 3 players on TV, so good to watch them play. If you were a New Zealand team owner, all 3 of these players wouldn't be out of
definitely have to be on the radar.
Yeah, any team. So good opportunity for them too to impress.
Yeah, that's it. It's not just the New Zealand franchise owners either. As we know, you can pick players from wherever you want around the world.
And the Streaky Bay Sharks is a prime example of that. They've opted to go with the Scottish junior international Darren Weir.
Hang on for Ben Twist, who's in Sydney, and Cody Packer, who's in WA. They've got everywhere covered. They'll be trying to increase their supporter base. Yeah, look, it was a great opening start, but you'd hate to have where those 2 have finished short. The only benefit, it's sort of blocked up that side, but there's plenty of room on the other side. Twist can arrive down on that blue bowl and pop the jack out to Weir's orange ones.
Benny Twist, he had an operation on his eye only last week. He's been in some pain this week. I know we had some last couple of days been really windy, and he actually spoke to him last night. He got something in his eye. Had to go to hospital a couple of days ago, so we'll see him wearing his glasses to try and protect that eye as much as he can.
Yeah, just by laying that bowl over, Twisty's given him a view of the jack now, and the perfect way get it through to the oranges.
And it's a good shot. That's a close second. That's what he was after.
We've seen him play shots where he's ripped bowls out before too, Case, so he'd have at least 2 seconds. But we'll see correction here.
Not a bad home, but second and third would still go to the orange team, I would say, Streaky Bay.
Great support, the UBC from Henselite. Be your best with the world's best bowls.
So you can see the jack can be trailed. Oh, that is so unlucky. He's actually possibly 2 down now.
And he's opened the jack up too.
Yeah.
Well, a solid start here from the players. This is going to be an intriguing contest. As you said, the boys from New Zealand in all those pathway development and national squads, and we know the representative honours of Ben Twist just recently at the Commonwealth Games representing Australia, and junior Scottish international Darren Weir.
I think these 3 players were part of Mike Carroll's promotional tour, so good to see them now progress from there?
Yeah, we were talking about that in April. Mike Carroll and his development teams that he was going to bring to Moama. So yeah, I think this is one of those teams, Case, the development players, and it's great to see that Sauce came through with the goods and the guys are here.
He's a huge fan of Finbar. He called me up about a year ago. His bowls actually got stolen, Finbar, and I was able to get some sponsorship through Henselite. So from all reports, he's a really good young guy.
You didn't want to just give him one of your 300 sets? You want to give him a new set, sparklers.
Got him a new set, mate.
He's played this well too. Just going to miss the jack, but finishing a very good area. A really good correction there. So the Kiwis, 19-5 leaders early on in this round 4 clash. Change of hands here. Finbar McGuigan. Just going to leave it shy.
So, an opportunity here for Darren Weir to get the shot. Important 3 points on offer here.
Well, he's done it. Has he?
Yep, that's a shot. So 3 points will go to the Shrieky Bay Sharks. You see the New Zealanders, they've got really nice deliveries. A lot of the times the greens in New Zealand can be really quick.
Can you get a piece of the jack here? He gets a piece of it, but just hides it behind the oranges. However, it is a further 3 points to the Kiwis.
So Ben's just over a fraction wide. So Sheldon will be...
I think he's having a look at the two bowls.
Two bowls, forehand. Good call.
Big weight. What sort of contact are we going to see?
Ooh.
A bit of a fortunate result. He was off target and promoted Finbar's up through the head. Removed one of the oranges.
So Benny on his forehand will be just looking to get as close as he can. Just under, probably a foot or so of weight, that's all. So just arriving here on his backhand. That, if he gets onto Ben's last bowl, he doesn't like it.
Yeah, the wide side Case.
Seen it so often. If you do play that little bit more weight, it does hold.
Twisty with one remaining this end. Today's game is brought to you by Apia, Australia's go-to go-to insurance for retirees. Apia, get set, go. Back him in here, Case.
Yeah, second bowl he wasn't far away, so a bowl higher and he's just about done it, and he's very close.
He's done it all
It's
right.
a great shot, absolutely perfect. Well played, Ben Twist. So first and second to the Shrieky Bay Sharks. gets them right back in this game. Back to 25-23 in favour of the Kiwis. N3.
And the Sharks currently sitting in 5th in Section A with 2 wins, 1 loss, plus 8. And the Kiwis, well, they're languishing in 13th spot, 13 from 13. So they've had a bye, which they did in the first round, but 2 losses minus 48. So they'd be looking to get a win on the board early, get their confidence going.
So, bit of a loose start here to N3 from both players. Just running through a little bit, Finbar. It's handy though.
Will be the shot. Plenty of room here. We'd be disappointed there. Not a drawn shot.
3 cracks at that. Be wanting to do a little bit better. It's another 3 points for the Kiwis.
Yeah, they'll move along to 28. Too much room here for Twist though.
Yeah, someone of Ben's experience on these main rinks, I'll be backing him in to draw at least 1. And right on cue, he's done it.
Yep.
That's a great shot and a touch-up. So Finbar's probably got about 4 or 5 inches.
A class act Twist, isn't he? Very rarely do you see him have a bad end, let alone a bad game.
Yeah, exactly. He's been a good player for a long time now. Still a young guy as well. He's been around forever, but he's been part of the Aussie squad now for a number of years. Steve Smith of bowls a bit fidgety, isn't he?
Yeah.
Hey? He's close again. Just needs to run all the way up.
Well, we said there was too much room, and 1, 2 shots to Twist. Okay, backhand weight here from Sheldon. He removes the last bowl of Twist.
That's a good shot. Back to 2nd and 3rd for the Kiwis now.
Yeah, Sharks are pretty good at the back too, so just see Twisting again here on his backhand. He'd love to just add that touch more than he had on his last and get a touch up.
So Ben Twist
needs it to hurry here.
He'd be a little bit disappointed, but He's done well this end. He's drawn the shot, got the touch up. Not easy to get out of this head either for Sheldon.
Yeah, unless Sheldon's to draw a shot here, we'll be heading into the fourth end and it will be all square case.
Just for that extra weight, won't come back from there.
There we are, 36 apiece. Here after 3 ends, the start of the fourth. The Newling Kiwis and the Streaky Bay Sharks.
Really keen to see who wins this battle. The next 2 ends from the leads. Darren Weir's just struggled a little bit to find his weight. It's a good opener here though. Well played. So the 2 leads have opted to play the different hands. Both using the wider model Henselite bowl, the Tiger 2s. Here we go.
And a toucher.
Yep.
Fortunately for the Kiwis case, I think there's just been too many short bowls from Finbar early on. You know, he's had really good tracks, much the same as this, but just short bowls. And as we know, as soon as you're short, you eliminate yourself a chance of getting the 3 points for a toucher. But as soon as the jack starts moving around, your bowls are pretty much made redundant.
So good call here from Sheldon. They have got second shot, so there's no danger in reaching, trying to get the toucher or land the bowl. Oh, he's unlucky.
At least he was reaching then.
Yeah, he
gave
played it
himself
well.
a chance. He's finished in a good area. At least these ones that are short, they're only just short by just that minor sort of a foot and a half, so they're still in the game at the moment. It's with those players such as Wilson, well, both Wilsons, Nathan and Aaron, leading up. They're quite destructive when they're trailing jacks all the time.
And we saw last night from Matty Bouse, rarely played a short bowl. Always gave Aaron Sheriff a chance to convert the head if he was down, which is pretty rare. But
and then, although they're not household names, Ada Lai and Anthony So, they were reaching and got the results.
absolutely.
Okay, Twisty here, currently leading 42-36, approaching the end of end number 4. Looking to add another one in here, holding shot at the moment. Would love to get first and second or first and third.
He likes it. He's very, very good.
That's the reason why,
Well
Case.
played. He's been the standout player on this rink today in this game, Ben Twist. We see big weight here from Sheldon, and he's running. Oh,
Well, he's opened it up anyway. Wasn't far off with that one.
So Ben has got the back as 2 bowls, so he'll be just looking to draw another one. He's interested. Well played.
Brilliant.
That's outstanding bowling, Ben Twist. He's been on fire in this game, so a big conversion shot will be required here to keep the Kiwis in the game here. N4.
Yeah, definitely needs something here. Gregory Howley, what's he got? Well, he's got the kill. How far is the orange is going to continue to go? Here's toucher, so he gets 3 points for the toucher, and I think his toucher will be probably 3rd shot. So he gets something out of it. He'll get 6 points of his own, but it'll be 15 points go the way of the Streaky Bay Sharks. That's if it is 3rd shot. Yeah, they're having a good look. They're happy with that.
But as you say, Greenie, like, they didn't have any back bowls then, so it was always going to be difficult for them to get the right result.
57-42, the Streaky Bay Sharks. Handy little buffer heading into the 5th and final end.
It was a good end there from Darren Weir. Got a toucher, held the shot. It's a good opener.
Just struggling a little bit here, Finbar. I'm sure with all the wraps, we'll see him come out next game and fire. We've said it a number of times though, Case, this EV rink is a little bit different from the main green they play all their other sectional games on. So we've already played 2 on that other green this morning and now headed on to this. Generally just a touch quicker, a few different lines.
Just needs to find that orange bowl. It's not working for you. Get those little gaps here and there. But as we said earlier, these guys will be playing in Event 3 as well, so they'll get better and better, no doubt about that. Needs a shot here, Finbar. So it's another 3 to the Sharks, extending their lead. So it's out to 18, so they're going to need an ultimate end here.
That's hard on a regular day, Case, but it's even harder when you're playing against a bloke named Ben Twist.
Yeah, I think Ben will be looking to... They've got 2 of those blue bowls out to the side of the rink, so anywhere near those 2 blue ones will be what Ben will be looking to do. Just gone through a little bit, so there is still a chance. So he's either going to draw 3 within a foot or look to trail a jack. So right where Darren Weir's standing, that's the danger spot.
Four bowls remain in this round 4 clash. Round 5, we've got Bowls Asia Tigers against Club Sunbury Extreme. Looking forward to seeing the Tigers again. I like watching the Tigers play. Boy was outstanding leading up this morning. And Lena just plays the shots, the big bowls when she needs to. Still on here though, Case. Half of the jack, and you can even use some of the orange bowl, the second shot.
So, yeah, interesting that Ben opted to, probably was trying to cover, I think, but it's pulled up a little bit short.
And needs just to hold, Case, to get the right, otherwise he gets the shot.
Oh, they
Promoted
didn't
it.
want that. His weight was perfect then. Just the bowl narrow. So Ben will still want another one around those blue bowls. There is a possibility that he still score a 3. It's actually covered the jack up with that. It's going to be very difficult to get the jack to the side now.
Yeah, he sort of needs to squeeze the jack and run through and land that orange.
Yep.
Okay, the boys are still watching it. It looks under, it's under the jack now, so it has to be something different. Unfortunately, he gets Twisty's last onto the shot bowl, so it will be a win there for Streaky Bay Sharks. A tight little battle, and I'm sure we'll see plenty more of the New Lynn Kiwis, not just in this event, but in event 3 as well. Bowls Asia Tigers, we see the standings there, Section A standings. Bowls Asia Tigers, 4 wins from 4, plus 41, so close ones there, Case. Moama Green, 3 from 3. Streaky Bay, we just saw there, the guys moved to 3rd spot. The Phoenix, they're in 4th. The Hornets in 5th. The Hong Kong qualifiers are in 6th spot at the moment. Told you, the little Hong Kong qualifiers, Case, they come from 13th, they're into 6th.
That's it.
That's, see ya. Beauty.
As we speak, particularly for you Section B players that get underway from 1:30 this afternoon. If you've arrived
So,
to the venue,
Bowls Asia Tigers will be looking to get their 5th win on the board already.
now's a good time to go and get in line.
And as we know, we probably only need to get another maybe 3 wins out of the remaining
Yeah, they got 8 games.
8 games. So
They got 3 out of 8 from here. They're in the finals.
they're in a great position.
You've still got a couple of matches to attend to. That's likewise for volunteers and officials as well. If you can get over and grab a bite to
Well,
eat,
Case,
I recommend
one thing we
doing
didn't
so.
point out there, and we will have up on our website the live scores shortly. We're just working on that. But if you look at the standings, you'll notice the column which has D in it and has 1 next to New Lynn Spiders and the North Queensland Roos. So the Roos and the Spiders had a draw.
Yeah.
Tie on ring 3, 57 apiece for the New Lynn Spiders and the North
It's been
Queensland Roos.
another mixed bag for the North Queensland Roos. 1 win, 1 draw and 2 losses.
Defeating the Bowls Asia Tigers, their first loss of this
So,
event, 70-59 the final score there.
I wonder if Big D's playing.
Bowls Asia Eagles, they recorded their first win of this
Haven't been
event.
able to see
57 winners over the
much of them on the other green yet, so they'll be needing to get a couple of wins on the board
Defeating Club Sunbury Extreme
in the next 2 rounds before their break.
The undefeated Moama Green had the bye in that round. Round 5 getting underway. Shortly here on our TV ring, we will look forward to the Bowls Asia.
Just waiting for the teams to make their way to the rink.
On ring 2, it's the Flem
Well,
King
Sunbury's there, so it's just the
Ring 3,
the Tigers.
Qualifiers face the Bowls Asia Eagles. On ring 4, Lyalba Phoenix tackle the Moama Green. Ring 5 has the New Lynn Kiwis up against the North Queensland Brews, and finally on ring 6, the New Lynn Spiders meet the Wellington Hornets. The Wheaton Crocs have the bye. So it's all thanks to Ryman Healthcare, the measure of retirement living. A reminder, lunch is being served.
So all bar Bowls Asia Tigers and Moama Green, everyone else has had a loss. Streaky Bay and the Phoenix, 1 loss each. And then from the Hornets and qualifiers down, everyone's had 2 losses. New Lynn yet to hit the winners list, but I'm sure that they will click and fire soon. Well, this will be an interesting case. So the Club Sunbury, what we saw out here earlier against the Hong Kong qualifiers, at stages they almost played too good. They set up too bigger targets. There wasn't enough gaps. Yeah, it was a very interesting match. But the you can't take anything away from the qualifiers. They searched with each of their bowls, so they'll give themselves chances. Not many short bowls, if any. And Anthony So definitely he definitely played a couple that he'd add to his highlight reel and show his friends back home.
He's just backed that up with a win over Carl Healy on the other green, so they started the day off really well. So we're just waiting on Lena's partner.
Will it be Boy or Emma?
We saw a lot of Emma yesterday. It was Lena and Emma for most of the day in the first event. But Boy was really good this morning, so I wouldn't be surprised if they kept the same combination.
Yeah, spot on, mate.
Here he comes.
Maybe that's what they've done. I know a couple of sides, Case, have worked on the principles of the blocks. So Section A, for example, they play their first 6 rounds, and then Section B will play their first 6 rounds. So a lot of teams have said, okay, we'll just stick with one team, or one combination for that block, unless things are going horribly wrong.
Yeah.
And if they continue winning, well, that's potentially what's been going on here. They've just stuck with the this pairing.
Absolutely.
Well, Sunbury, they've had 1 win and 2 losses, so they opened up in the first round with a very solid win, and since then they've had the bye and 2 losses. So they'll really be looking to get a win out of this.
Yeah, we're in for a treat here. So we've got 3 very experienced internationals and one of the rising stars of Aussie bowls, Nick Cale. So 4 very good players. And clearly the Tigers are in really good form this morning. So
yeah, Mr. Yee will be loving that.
that's it. I'll have to send him another message.
Yep.
He was pretty happy with the Broadbeach Lions making the finals in event 1, so he's on track already with the Tigers. Good start from Kelvin. Is he going to hold?
Yeah, he got a little piece of it. So that'll be the first points of this round 5 clash. They go the way of the Tigers.
So Kelvin's just on that wider line, but it is turning. It's beautiful weight. So Kelvin would have played against Boy on the international stage when he did play for Australia. Boy was a regular partner for Saf in the pairs. Looks to be under the line here.
Already had the 3 for the lead crossover, but he would have loved to have got down and get a toucher there and really capitalise on the open head. And it's still open. So we saw parts of brilliance from Kayla earlier, but Lena, she continues to deliver. And obviously this pairing's working well. 4 from 4 and top of the table.
There isn't anything in the sport that Lena hasn't won on the world stage. Multiple gold medalists, world champion. And this is probably why.
Right on cue.
Wow.
Right on cue. And the way it's facing as well, straight out towards the Blues.
She's elite. She's had many battles with one of our best, Karen Murphy, over the years. Lovely person as well. Great effort. So Lena will be just looking to draw to Nick's last bowl. It's about a foot past the jack. Boy likes it.
Needs to hold on.
Whoa.
Through the gap.
Good home. He's not far away here.
Can he hold on for the bowl?
Oh. Just a late turn, just underneath the head. So Lena, she won't be changing too much. Just finding the hole. She has taken some weight off, so she's not far away.
Boy likes it again, and there's a reason why this time, because it's dead weight. A classic start there, and we're going to see some weight here from Nick Kale. Already down first and second.
It's a forehand drive, can get both, was the call. Oh, he's done well. It's a good result. It's a very good result. Second and third to Sunbury.
This game's just starting to warm up too, Case there. You know,
good start.
$16-11 for the Tigers.
So, boys just travelling through. So Kelvin's playing the wider side of the rink, and boys opted to play this tighter side. So it's a good start by Kelvin. It's just underneath the jack. Would have loved to get a toucher there.
Case, has your shoulders ever recovered? Didn't you carry Kelvin after he won his gold in 2006?
Yeah, in Melbourne. Yeah, he was. That was one of the best nights of my bowls career. It was pretty special to watch Kelvin win that gold medal. It was our third gold for the week, or the 2 weeks of the Com Games, and.
How many days was that after your gold medal?
We had about 7 or 8 days in between, so
3 sleeps.
fair to say we let our hair down a little bit.
Yeah, because back then it was just you could only play a single discipline, correct?
Yep. So we only had 1 crack at it, and we were lucky enough to go first. So the triples, we played the first 4 days, and that was us done. So then we just turned into supporters then, and we watched our Aussie girls, Karen Murphy and Lindsay Clark, Armitage back then, win gold, and then Kelvin finished the job off. So
Fiji were pretty tough that year in the triples, weren't they?
all of them were. I think you're probably alluding to Kenya.
Kenya, was it?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Kenya.
Oh,
Yeah.
Kenya.
We first game of the triples, Wayne Turley and Bill Connells and myself lost to Kenya, so first Aussie team to lose to Kenya in bowls.
Well, you definitely you improved.
We
from
got
there,
better,
You know, that probably gave you that little bit of fire in the belly to post some sort of result that we'd all be proud of.
We couldn't go any worse, so there's only one way. So Lena will be looking to, she's got plenty of room to reduce this, but she's done more than that. She's got the toucher again.
Another toucher.
We said a couple of days ago about Lena, she's unfortunately bowls is not a high profile sport, but in Malaysia she is a sporting celebrity. Everyone knows who Lena is, and very, very popular in her country. Bowls is heavily funded by the Malaysian government due to the results mainly from Lena as well. So
Yeah, she's leaving quite a legacy there, you know, for the younger players coming up.
yeah, absolutely. And the third player from this Tigers team, Emma, who will be seen a little bit later on, she's following in her footsteps. A few years younger than Lena and already a world champion, so doing great things for bowls. So Nick Cale looking to land the bowl, just held its line.
It was always going to be a really fine line there, playing that sort of weight on that hand. (29-22), Tigers leading early in this clash. Of course, this is round 5, followed by Section A's round 6, and then they'll have a little bit of a break. So Section B will start up.
There's a toucher from Kelvin. He started okay, Kelvin, but that was his first toucher, so good confidence booster. It's good effort from Boyd, just underneath the jack. So
That's the perfect weight though. Finishing in a really good spot. Plenty of opportunities.
another good bowl. It's just going to pull up, but it's very good.
Well, what it does, it probably blocks that toucher on the forehand side for a left-hander. Forced to the backhand now is Boy.
So this is where can give it a really good chance. Just holding its line. It's a good effort though. Lena will be happy with those 3. So this is the one for our viewers at home. Even if Kelvin gave the shot away by trailing a Jackie, he still gets the 3 points. So just on the wider side. So for all the viewers at home, our live scoring is back up and running.
And we'll bring some of those to you. The Asia Eagles 48, Hong Kong qualifiers 3. This is third end action for most of these games. Streaky Bay 25, the Colts 29. Moama Green 60, the Phoenix 18. And the Newlyn Kiwis, they're going a little bit better this game. They're leading the Queensland Roos 35-19. A similar score with the Hornets 38 leading the Newlyn Spiders 16.
So, can Nick get a touch, or he's just under? That's a good bowl, very good bowl. So, pressure on Lena. We've seen usually she's well up to the task. Oh.
We'll be straight to the tee now. Well, if Kale and Kelvin don't take something out of this end, it's going to be deja vu from last time they were on the TV rink, because it looks very similar setup. They've got first, second, third shots, and quite often it didn't stay that way.
So it'll be interesting to see what weight. Is she going to go big again? She is.
What contact have we got this time? There is contact. Well, it's just peeled one of the bowls out.
So it's still 3.
So still hold the ultimate end. So this will be a big move here for the Club Sunbury Extreme. Kelvin's smiling this time.
He just said, get a touch but not too far. So Nick's got a... The only way he can score more points here is with the toucher. Kelvin said happy with that. So we'll see the ultimate end for the Extreme. Back in front. So with 2 ends to go, Sunbury 46 and the Tigers 29.
And the match to follow this, the Newlyn Spiders and the Bowls Asia Eagles. And then we'll have a short half-hour break. And at 1:30 we'll be bringing you the action from Section B, and that'll be UBC Challengers versus UBC Wildcard. So the Challengers, Scott Dalton, John Green, Olivia Cartwright, and the Wildcard, Dwayne Brooks, Frank Obar and Emma Spicer. In between that break we'll have a bite to eat, Case, have a bit of lunch.
That'd be good. I had something to eat a couple of days ago.
Yeah, a sausage roll. Bit of a loose start here from both leads. It doesn't take long and they quickly correct.
It's pretty good here from Kelvin. Just a foot short. It's a good ball though. So Boyd's changed his hand to the wider side, which has been the most popular from the majority of the players.
Interesting too, Case, with the Newlyn Kiwis that we saw previously on this TV rink. They're leading at the moment 50-22, and they've swapped the combo. So Sheldon is leading and Finbar is skipping.
Good move.
Kelvin Kirko.
There he is. That's what we're looking for. If anything, that's the type of bowl that just Kelvin hasn't been delivering, but getting that toucher for that final bowl is vital. Just get those points on the board.
Well, further points here for the Extreme. 52-29 leaders at the halfway point of N4.
So Sunbury, it's a huge end for them. They're currently in 10th position. 1 win out of their first 3 games, so that's good. No target. So Lena will be arriving down here, trailing the jack right through, getting to the bowl. Is it going to turn? That hand. Another one.
That's it. You just keep applying the pressure and you force your opponents into making mistakes. Especially when that scoreboard pressure starts getting applied. Currently 52-29. First, second and third against.
She's not far away. I think she's got the jack, Greenie. What a shot.
Well, good shot. For a second there I thought it was going to hit the blue and bounce back to the oranges, but you've done very well there. And not only that, holding first, second and third, well, at least first and second. And Nick would love to draw a shot here, but also have the bowl a little bit of cover. Because if Lena can see it, we know she loves to attack and is very, very good at it.
Is it going to run? Close for shot. I think the call is to run this bowl off.
If to find that hole, I'm not sure even if there is a hole, but if you could find the hole and get the jack as well, you know, it's a similar sort of result. Watching it intently, just needs to get down a touch. No, slides by it high. So we'll wait and see who has the shot here. Kelvin having a good look at it now. The normal situation, neither player's got to measure.
Not surprising with Kelvin.
Okay. 32-52 as it stands. It looks like it's going to be orange shot.
It is, yep.
So, Nick did enough. Nick did enough there with his last. So further points to Sunbury. The Tigers will also grab 8, courtesy of second and third shot. So it's 62-40. And the UBC challenger, John Green, all dressed up, kitted up. Got another week off work. And he's ready to fire here on the TV rink next up. Well, not next up. In a couple of games, so... Got his collar tucked in like a cardigan.
Looks better, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's a nice purple he's got. So for the Tigers, boy, we'll need a big end here. And this is a great start.
Yeah, fifth and final end, trailing by 22, but that is shortly going to be 19, courtesy of the toucher. Okay, another little toucher here makes things interesting, especially if they can hold on and get the lead shot. Just going a touch. Kelvin would love to draw this, almost seal the game with a lead shot here. He's done enough, so boy, he's going to need to at least draw a shot. He'd love to draw a toucher and the shot. Margin currently 19. If it gets out to 22, that's going to mean an ultimate end and 2 touches. Oh, I think we'll have another measure here.
Kind of looks like blue, just, doesn't it? Measure again.
Measure again, but they're at the wrong end because they left their measure down the other end.
Generally, leads carry measures, don't they?
Yeah, you'd think. He's got a couple of pockets as well.
Calvin just said, "I'm a skip, mate." Maybe 20 years ago.
But it is important here. The Tigers, they need this.
Kelvin likes it. He reckons he's
Well, it's his, so.
Yeah.
And so it's not often you'll see a measure halfway through a game of bowls, but it's the beauty with the UBC. At the Leeds crossover, we need to know who's shot, because that team is rewarded with 3 points. So that's when you'll see a measure halfway through an end.
It's a nice little spot though. Something similar is the call. Anything onto those blue bowls or a little trail. What do you got? Looking for just some more weight. It's a beautiful line. So she needs to get a toucher with this bowl, I feel.
Yeah, certainly, Case. 22 the margin. Ultimate end and 1 touches, only 21. So this one needs to be a toucher, or it will be a victory to the extreme. It's just a matter of how much by. Attacking, looking for the gap. Peeled off the last bowl of Nick's. So it will be a win to the Club Sunbury Extreme. Players will continue to play this end out because margins do count, as we've seen at a number of occasions. Right at the end, we saw it yesterday. Broadbeach gone from 152 in deficit, and they won by 70 and worked their way into the finals, grabbing 6th spot, jumping from 10th to 6th. It was purely just based on the margin difference. So this will be the first loss for the Tigers.
Yeah, they've started the day off really well, so they won't be too disappointed with this. They've won 4 out of 5, so they'll still be on top of the ladder.
And the Newland Kiwis, they had their first win, 66-57 over the North Queensland Roos. Moama Green, big winners, 86-31 against the Phoenix. And Streaky Bay, 76, defeated the Colts, 44. Hornets, 75, defeated the Spiders, 45. And it's the Newlyn Spiders we will see up next as well on the TV ring. So we'll see the Spiders up against the Bowls Asia Eagles. Bowls Asia Eagles, I wonder if we'll see Vivian Yip and Dorothy Yu combining again, or young Cameron potentially.
Looks like the girls are getting ready.
There's your Section A standings on screen. Moama Green, Streaky Bay into second now. Look at Moama Green, look at their differential. That's one of the big things with these Moama sides. When they're winning big. And the Green side, their confidence will just continue rolling through. Following event 1, where they finished runners-up to Exodus. And the beauty is, Exodus is not in their section, so they won't have to worry about playing them until the finals. What stands out to you there, Case? The Flemken Colts, North Queensland Roos?
Well, it's got to be the Flemken Colts. After round 1, they were on top of the ladder, then they've had 3 losses. Now they're back down to 11th. Good to see Wellington up there, though. They lost that first game, and the confidence wouldn't have been overly high. So they've bounced back to win 3 of the next 4. So currently in 4th spot, which is good.
You talk about the Bowls Asia Tigers in 3rd. Well, you got the Bowls Asia Eagles in 7th. That's good to see. And the Hong Kong qualifiers in 8th.
So this is a really big game for the Eagles. A win would likely put them back into the top 6.
Okay, so round 5 results in for Section A. We have one more round of Section A matches before a bit of a spell, and then we'll kickstart things again at 1:30 p.m. with the first round for round B. But looking at those round 5 Section A results, a win for Club Sunbury Extreme. They're now 2-2, 75-51 winners over the Bowls Asia Tigers. Streaky Bay Sharks 4-1, they improved their record to 76-44 winners over the Flemington Kensington Colts. Bowls Asia Eagles and the Hong Kong qualifiers played out a good battle, 65-55 in favour of the Bowls Asia Eagles in the end. Didn't get the final score for this one, but I can confirm Moama Green remain undefeated. They had a win against the Whittlesea Phoenix, so they're 4-0, sitting pretty at the top there. Standings after 5 rounds. Newlyn Kiwis are on the border with a 66-57 win over North Queensland Roos.
A couple of announcements here for Benny Jones, just giving the crowd here all the updates, all the scores and results, keeping them up to date. Of course, if you want to check all the standings and all of the current scores from matches being played, just head to ultimatebowlschampionships.com.au/scoreboard.
So we'll be getting this game underway.
Against the Bowls Asia Eagles, that one getting underway shortly. On ring 2, it's the Bowls Asia Tigers against Moama Green. On ring 3, the Whittlesea Phoenix against the Weeper Colts.
So it'll be Dorothy Yu and Vivian Yip from Hong Kong, the Bowls Asia Eagles.
Up against the North Queensland Roos. Hong Kong qualifiers will sit this one out, and then we'll have a spell of
and Newlyn Spiders, one of the qualifying teams that have won their way from New Zealand. Looks like it'll be Paris Baker and Olivia Bloomfield. Australian Open pairs winners this year.
Yeah. Taking their time, nice and relaxed. They might have already had a bite to eat for lunch. Wouldn't mind a couple of minutes to throw down some pasta and a piece of bread. And Okay, so it will be Vivian and Dorothy. The Spiders up against the Eagles.
So it will be Spiders first up.
So Paris Baker leading up. And Olivia Bloomfield is skipping here for the Newland Spiders. Of course, they won their way through the New Zealand qualifying.
These players have come across from the other green, so that's what we've just seen. The ball's just travelling past the jack. It's a good probably second and a half quicker this green.
Geez, those ham salad rolls look pretty nice too, don't they? Woo. So a bit of a loose start here, but they will jump on quickly because, as we've seen, heading over here just a touch different pace, and it doesn't take long for these players, such as their high quality, to really zone in on the jack.
One thing for sure, we're going to see some entertainment here. Olivia, after winning her Australian Open pairs gold medal,
Gave the speech of all speeches.
live on TV, it was a beauty.
Yeah.
Probably won't go into too much detail, but
Find it on YouTube.
it's a good bowl here from Paris Baker. Can she get the toucher? She does. Well played. This is probably also the first time, I think, that we've had 4 ladies playing on the TV rink, which is
Yeah, I think you're spot on, Case.
absolutely fantastic. We're always keen to try and get more ladies a part of the UBC, so it's good to see.
Yeah, that's one thing we've seen with this Ultimate Week is the increase in number of females in the event, and
Yep.
the same with the draft too. Case we had a number of ladies put their hand up to play in the UBC, and that's where it all starts. You can't be playing the UBC unless you go into the draft, whether you're pre-selected or you're a draftee. So if you're out there, encourage the females at your club or females that you know playing the game to put their hand up next time the draft rolls around.
Yeah, it's a good start.
Yeah, you got the weight straight away too.
Very good weight. So Vivian, I've seen her play lots of times, and she's a shot maker. She always attacks when she's down, so we're sure to be in for some entertainment here. Wasn't happy with that one, Olivia. Not too bad. That's rubbish, she said.
We should get a roving mic.
Yeah. Probably not a good idea.
Oh, we'd have a 3-second delay. Classic. Oh, I'm going to add these girls to my list of teams I support.
Here she goes.
That's how quickly she's run. She's got down here before.
It's a good home. Splitting those 3 bowls up. So Vivian will be looking to draw the shot here. Still on that wider line though.
So through the hole it will go. First and second the way of the Spiders. Third shot the way of the Eagles. We should move along to 21-6, and that's what we've done. A nice start there for the Newland Spiders. And they've had 1 win, 3 losses and 1 draw. That draw being with the North Queensland Roos. It's easy looking at the standings case, because if you've lost 3 games, you're outside of the 6. If you've lost less than 3 games, you're inside the top 6.
So another good start there from Paris. Only a foot past the jack, so she's got her weight now. Good reply.
Zoning in pretty well here, Case.
That's outstanding, isn't it?
Hurry to the jack.
Boy, she did get it
Well,
too.
just enough. 3 points.
Changed her hand as well.
Well, you can see why the girls are Australian Open Pairs champions.
Just travelling past, but that's okay. Got a good memory, is the call. So this is where she can't really improve the head too much. She doesn't want to open it up. So anything past the jack. And she's played that perfectly. That's great leading from Paris Baker.
Just having a look on the main green out there, and Big D's back on the ring. Big D MVP. The way things are going, I don't think he'll be getting the MVP this week, but yeah, it's a long week. They're leading the Colts, and that was nothing about D himself, but it was just the cool Aussie Cool Roos. They've got to make some finals before the big man can be shown live.
He probably said it's time for, you guys aren't getting the job done, so it's time for me to step up. Like he did at Dandenong.
Yeah, 30-24 against the Colts. Bowls Asia Tigers case 27 and Moama Green 9. So the Tigers having a nice little battle there with, and that's Emma and Lena, and they're playing Turles and Bester 27-9 at this stage. Only early though, just towards the end of the second end, much like we are here. And it's a 27-6 lead the way the Spiders. Not only that, they have first and third shot. Vivian Yip down on her backhand. Looks to be on a bit of a high line. Needs to get back to those 2 blues to make any difference, and no. To add a metre and a bit now. Push through. Get in that covering area. Cover those. Whoa!
Wow.
Something's just. I reckon it was a jack from Ryan Bester, and I think it's just hit the screen behind where we're commentating. So at least we know they're very strong and durable. Nothing gets through them. Talking about big weight, here we go. Vivian Yip. Wow, she's just peeled off a front blue. She was off target, so it would have been a good result for her if she had got back to it.
So a little bit of cover here is required. What's she got here?
Almost drawn another touch.
Oh, she nearly got the touch.
Almost clipped a touch herself.
It would have made the ultimate end as well.
Big weight here once again. Vivian Yip. Big weight. What connection have we got? Well, big
she's
connection.
got it.
It's a great bowl. Has the jack stayed in? The jack looks like it stayed in, so it's going to be first and third the way of the Eagles. Big bowl there, Vivian Yip.
What a shot.
The match was almost starting to get away at these early stages, but I think she's pegged it back here.
And as I said on N1, that's her go-to. She's an attacking player. She won't die wondering. She's always reaching. It's a big change. So 32 to 19. Game was just slipping away only after 2 ends, and all of a sudden they're back in the mix. Need a big end here from Dorothy Yu.
The third member of this Spiders side, Jamie Hill, former Kiwi international. You would have played a fair bit against Jamie, Case?
Yeah, particularly in the under 25s. We toured Jersey together a long time ago.
I actually remember seeing you, I reckon it was both of you play. You're playing at Trans-Tasman at St John's Park Bowling Club, under 25s.
Yeah.
You had this bleached, gelled hair.
How do I know you'd bring that up?
Because I think you've had one. I think you've had that every second year. You have 1 year on, 1 year off. Except these days it's grey and coloured. Can't see it because you're out of camera. That's good for you.
My beard.
Good start here though, Dorothy Yu, and this will get down to the jack
Well
Case.
done.
That's what you were talking about.
That's exactly what she needed.
Confidence now on the forehand, underneath her own blue bowl. That's what we'll see from Paris Baker.
She's been really impressive so far, Paris. She's got to touch her on the first 2 ends. Oh, it's a good effort.
Okay, see, straight away there, Vivian's changed Dorothy's hand back to the forehand and calling for touches. So, seeing the score is 32-22, it is only end 3, but there's 2 to go after this. Trying to get as many point scoring opportunities as possible and also take them away from the opponents.
So, last bowl for the leads, just travelling through. So there's another 3 points for the Eagles.
And the margin just 7 now at the halfway mark of this match.
Great effort there. She'll be happy with that, Vivian.
What do we got here? What can Olivia Bloomfield, Australian Open pairs winning skip, deliver? Just going to crash on the front, or well, creates an angle for her anyway. Not back to the jack, but potentially that through the jack.
Her weight was good. So just pulling up short here, Vivian.
I think we'll see a bit of an attacking shot here, Case. Through the blues, you get any angle of the blue on to the jack. Definitely has to be reaching. Use the front orange.
So,
oh, she doesn't like that. She described that in 4 letters.
Yeah, she underplayed that one.
So it's almost pretty much jack high. Needed to really be reaching through. Couple of scores, Case, as we see this final bowl from Vivian come down. Well, she doesn't want to produce that onto the jack.
No.
Well, now it's shot. Well, she didn't need that. The Eagles did not need that at all.
Olivia's just lost her.
She was doing a Jackie Wong. I forget you playing your last one. Asia Tigers 56, Moama 34. That's in the 4th end. The Phoenix 53, Weeper Crocs 31. Streaky Bay 34, Sunbury 44. And the Roos 48, the Colts 36.
It's a good effort here. Oh, great effort.
Big effort.
She wouldn't have been happy with that, Vivian, giving that shot away. Score out to 45 to 30.
Yeah, 15-point margin, Case. It would have been much smaller too had Vivian not landed that bowl. In saying that though, Olivia could quite easily have played the shot with her last, but she didn't have any pressure on her with the last. All she was doing was trying to draw to add, and she was only just shy.
Don't the uniforms look good, the spiders? I wonder where they got the spiders from.
Well, we've got every other animal of the zoo. We've got kangaroos, hornets, gorillas, sharks. We've got 2 lots of eagles. We've got raptors, Jurassic Park, Colts and Kiwis.
So it's Paris again, putting that pressure on early, only about a foot short. This is the opportunity where she can afford to arrive. Is she going to get there? It's a good bowl, but...
Okay, so I think we've got to see here, we've really got to see Dorothy Yu looking to trail this jack, whether it be 2 feet or a metre. We know that's the tighter side, but got to give herself a chance, and then if she misses, she finishes in a good area. I mean, continuing to try and draw the shot, and if she falls short, it's no good. Yeah, I really think she needs to be trying to take it to him here. 45-30 down. Finishing good areas, and you're just finishing jack high there. We've got 2 jack high bowls, and you're 2 down. That's when you see the leads such as Aaron Wilson, Matty Bouse, even Kevy Anderson. Those sort of players who are going a long way in the tournament. They're the ones trailing jacks. And speaking of jacks moving, we've almost got hit by a jack again. So Ryan Bester is probably playing on the rink behind us, and it's going directly towards us.
I felt that.
I reckon we'll have a quick look at his rink draw for the rest of the tournament, and it will be nowhere near us. He's been striking well.
So well done there from Dorothy getting the shot. So that's 3 points important towards the later stages of this game. So over to Olivia. So she's Got about a foot of room. It's not far away. Oh, it's a great effort. Still one down.
Up and over, edge through. Well played, Vivian. Yep.
And a toucher.
Okay, well, still game on here. Holding first and second shots now. All changes so quickly. You can put that confidence on to Dorothy. Dorothy changed it up with her last drawing shot, adding points. Big weight there from Olivia, just clearing one of the orange bowls out though. That Vivian's last bowl stays. And there's still plenty of room for her to draw in once again, with the margin just 9 points, nearing the conclusion of end number 4.
I don't mind that.
Ooh, this is an interesting call here, Case.
Yeah,
go again.
Sure.
Doesn't want to get. She's played it great. Well,
she knows what she's doing.
Yeah, it probably wasn't a percentage shot, but I'll tell you what, that's a
why
big
we're
bowl.
watching. And she's
yeah,
playing.
wow. It was just there was a fair bit of risk there. You know, you get either of hers out and you just leave it stranded. And plus,
even if she got the jack back,
yeah,
she was guaranteed to be dropping a 2. But she played it perfectly, and now the pressure is on Vivian to draw the shot.
Well, sometimes you've just got to be fearless, haven't you? And I don't think this bowl's getting there.
It's not there, mate.
Well, you can pretty much chalk that down to that's just fearless, and that'll go a long way towards winning them the match. Just that one bowl right there, it pushes them to a 21-point lead, 60-39, and big bowl. Olivia Bloomfield
probably sums her up just in general. Carefree style. In comes Barry Lester. How good's hey?
He's looking sharp, isn't he?
Michael Jordan singlet.
Got his glow-in-the-dark shoes on, just soaking up a bit of sunlight for tonight. Good start there from Paris Baker. Case N5 halfway through. Bowls Asia 70. Bowls Asia Tigers, sorry, 70. Moama Green 56. The Roos have held on for a 2-point victory over the Colts, 67-65. And Phoenix defeated the Weeper Crocs, 77-49. It's going to take something super special here, Case. I think we need to see, for the Eagles, we need to see a toucher here and a lead shot. I think they need 6 points. And here's the toucher. Oh, it just falls out too.
It's a great effort. Well, it was a great bowl.
Yeah, still 3 points, so that's all handy.
So she's been quite impressive, the lead here for New Zealand. Very good draw bowler. So the call was just to
Land the bowl, yeah. land the bowl. If you do trail the jack, you get an extra 3. But
Just
that
arrive.
was the call. Just drive up there and land the bowl.
Just on the wide side. So next up we've got the short break, but then we've got the blockbuster of the UBC teams.
Yeah, the Challengers versus the Wildcard.
And
The Challengers have been up here for the last 45 minutes as well. Just getting rid of any last minute nerves.
we'll be handing over to some new commentary team
Yeah,
as well.
Benny and Gaz and Baz. So Benny Jones, he'll have the pleasure of enjoying some stories from Barry Lester and Gary Kelly. Still just high on that side. It's a tough shot. It's a very tough shot. Margin of 21. Need a toucher and the ultimate end. And that's just for a draw.
Very unlikely, isn't it? There is still a possibility, but very difficult to get out of this.
Well, Vivian's got the toucher on this already. So is that a sign? Well, Case gets half. Still chances. You can see a bit more of the jack now. It's just a matter of obviously removing that blue bowl. Moama Green have scored an ultimate end on N5 to defeat Asia Tigers 74-70.
Wow. That's a big win.
Streaky Bay, much the same, an ultimate end on N5 to win 72-66 over Sunbury.
So this is going to be more of a problem bowl than anything.
It's just a matter of getting down there. You get the jack and you squeeze the blue past the orange. But as you said, Case, at one, it's a little bit in the eye there. You know, you've got to get past that. But it's down to 11 seconds on the Apia shot clock. Going big weight, hoping for something else here. Maybe a kill and run through. Wait and see what's going to deliver. Well, it's not going to deliver anything. Oh, missing the head. And that'll be a win for the Newlyn Spiders. I like the energy the girls bring. The girls bring a bit of energy to the ring.
Have a bit of fun, don't they? It's good to see.
So they've done well there. So we will be having a short break. And following that, from 1:30, we will have the UBC Challengers versus the UBC Wildcard.
Okay, round 6.
So final score there, Case, 73-50. The Newlyn Spiders get up over the Asia Eagles. And that is the first 6 rounds of today's play for Section A. Section A will now have a break, and Section B will be heading out shortly at 1:30, and that is when we will return, and the coverage will continue with the UBC Wildcard v the UBC Challengers. Thanks for tuning in this morning. Make sure you come back and watch some of the great action starting again at 1:30.
For Moama Green to maintain their unbeaten start to this second event. They are now 5-0.
Well, welcome back to UBC Event 2, Day 1 coverage here from the Moama Bowls Club. Benny Jones is my name, taking on the afternoon stint. Chris Green and Mark Casey have been dominating the airways for the last couple of hours and doing a superb job with our Section A teams getting their second event underway, and we're about to pick up things for Section B here on our TV rink for all of those who are tuned in via YouTube. Hope you've been enjoying the coverage so far, and what a fantastic first couple of days we enjoyed with Team Exodus taking out the first of the 3 events this week, and a $50,000 prize if you don't mind. Sitting to my left, we've got a special guest joining us as well from the UBC Challengers team in Olivia Cartwright, who's been good enough to give us a little bit of her time while she supports her teammates. Olivia, welcome to the coverage, and welcome to Moama for this big week of bowls.
Thank you, it's good to be here. I'm looking forward to it.
So first up for your side, you're taking on this UBC wildcard team with Dwayne Brooks and Emma Spicer. So obviously coming into the event, what are the expectations? What are the hopes to obviously try and get a couple of early wins, I'm sure is high on the agenda?
Definitely. Obviously we're challengers for a reason, so I think just try and give those top teams a bit of a run for their money and get our names out there and do our best and hopefully snag a few touches and a few wins.
John Green skippering the team, and Scott Dalton will be his lead. It's Emma Spicer that gets us underway here for this first match in Section B. And it's a pretty tidy start there as well. The opening bowl maybe half a metre short.
It's very handy.
Conditions not too bad today. We had some sunshine this morning. It's become a little more overcast, but we've sort of become accustomed to that over the past couple of days here in Moama, and the breeze is up, but not affecting players at this stage. With Scott Dalton's first bowl going through to the back and maybe just hanging on, not quite, into the ditch it goes. So that's a sighter. We'll put that one down for Scotty. There's Emma delivering her second bowl. Just repeating for those who are joining us for the first time, the scoring system here, it's unique, it's different, it's fast paced with the 30-second shot clock, and certainly a little bit different to what many of our bowlers, Olivia, are used to on a weekend, for example, where you play the 21 ends and it's a 3 or 4 hour extravaganza, whereas here, games 5 ends and over within the space of half an hour. Every bowl is a shot scoring bowl opportunity, with every toucher worth 3 points, and the lead shot at the changeover also worth 3 points.
That's what a correction. That was a great shot.
I said that first one was a sider for Scotty Dalton. Well, he's come up well there with a nice bowl. So let's have a look here at Emma Spicer, the lead for the UBC wildcard team, and much like the challengers, the wildcard team go through a different pathway to get here, but it's an invaluable experience to come and bowl among some of the very best in the business. And I guess on that note, Olivia, you would look around, and obviously you're a young bowler who's coming up through the ranks, but you see some of the absolute biggest names in the sport, both male and female, gold medalists, world champions and the like. It must be a great thrill to be able to rub shoulders with these type of athletes.
Definitely. It's a bit exciting for myself, especially just to cross paths with some of those top names. Even I work behind the bar here, so serving them a few drinks here and there is a bit exciting too, but I don't think they realise who I am until I face them on the bowls room, and they'll be like, I know who you are.
I was going to say, over the next couple of days, I'm sure, Olivia, they will very much figure out who you are. So it's great. And just talking to you before we jumped on air, so Kai Abram girl who's made the move here to Moama to further your bowls. Tell us a little about your journey in the sport and how you fell into it.
Yeah, so I fell into the sport through my dad. So since I was a young girl, I was in the pram watching bowls, and then over the last 6 years just started up, and then fell in love with it very easily, and I've become attached, to say the least.
Dwayne Brooks here looking for an early toucher. Doesn't miss by much, but at the moment holding all 3 shot bowls. The UBC wildcard team. It was the challengers who took that lead shot at the change, so they lead 3-0 very early stages of this Section B Round 1 clash. We talk a lot about the shift to a younger brigade. Lawn bowls are certainly attracting a younger playing audience, and not just on weekends, but we're seeing events like this here at the UBC, which certainly does appeal to, and I'll put my hand up here, those with a shorter attention span, that you can come along and see such great action, but it's fast paced and it's quick, and I'm sure you're seeing it where you bowl on a regular basis too, Olivia, that it is really appealing to that younger generation now, which is, I know the older players really enjoy that too.
Yeah, it's great seeing the shift and the change throughout clubs especially, and the change in mindset from not only the clubs but the members itself has been incredible, especially, you know, going through a couple of clubs and seeing how welcoming they all are. It's just been great, and it's good for the sport as well.
Absolutely. So a bit of work here to do for John Green, skipper of this UBC Challengers team. They're down the 3 shot bowls at the moment. And we watch Dwayne Brooks here going to that backhand side, looking to strengthen their position. Currently have some decent coverage around the jack, but looks as though he's not satisfied with that. He's going to promote one of his bowls even closer. So now probably holding 4 shot bowls. Only 3 of those will score.
Definitely put the pressure on early.
So let's see what John Green can come up with here. To be a bit more aggressive with more weight on this to try and clear a bit of...
It's on the right track.
Yeah, it looks good. Oh, and it's just unlucky in that it took a little inside edge off that front orange bowl and diverts away. So it will be an ultimate end to start for the UBC wildcard team. The perfect start from a shot scoring point of view. And just the 3 there for the UBC Challengers for that lead shot at the change of ends. So the beauty of this is, though, of course, Olivia, as we said, that every bowl is a shot scoring opportunity. So even though it's a 15-point deficit after an end, that can turn around pretty quickly.
Sure can. In this event, the changes happen very quickly, in a blink of an eye, some may say.
So Emma Spicer gets us going on this second end. This one just looking a little short, fairway short in the end, probably 3.5, 4 metres. A bit of work to do there, but there'll be a correction no doubt for the next bowl as Scotty Dalton gets us underway for the UBC Challengers.
I think there's definitely a few nerves roaming around here this afternoon.
Yeah, and as there would be. You know, it's a big event. We know that there's big prize money up for grabs too, just quietly, but yeah, an opportunity to come along and take on some of the world's best. Yeah, just getting those first couple of ends out of the way, I'm sure, and you'll be in the same boat, Olivia, when you make your debut a little later on this afternoon. So certainly not being too harsh on the players to suggest that, there we go, with an almost instant correction from Emma Spicer and almost a toucher with her second bowl. Now over to Scotty Dalton to see if he can nestle one in nice and close. Track not bad, so the line was good, just a little bit heavy. Yeah, not bad at all.
Wouldn't be disappointed with that.
So still an opportunity here for both players to get this lead shot at the changeover with a bowl each to come. Emma Spicer watching this one closely. Looks pretty good. Needs to go.
Hurry.
Yeah, just didn't quite have the leg. So now it's an opportunity here for Scott Dalton to make sure of it. They do have shot bowl as it stands, but to obviously help his skip out by another good positional bowl, and he promotes one of his others forward. So that'll be 3 to the challengers. So certainly Scotty Dalton getting his job done with 2 lead shots at changeovers, 2 ends in.
Definitely. I think we're in for a close game here. It's anyone's game early on.
And obviously the other point I was happy to raise with you, Olivia, and it's not just because of the present company, but the female participation, and not so much on the weekends, because we know that women make up a huge part of lawn bowls on a week-to-week basis, but seeing them represented at these real marquee events where you're talking about the very best in the game, and not only just here representing, but also holding their own and competing really well. The toucher there to Dwayne Brooks, 3 points to the UBC wildcard team. But it's just fantastic to see, and it must be something that you, as a young bowler coming through, you look up and think, wow, there's some awesome pathways here and the sky's the limit. Definitely,
and I think it's great just to help promote those young ones come through as well, knowing that there's other females especially out there that they can see are achieving great things throughout the world, and it gives them something to look up to. I know I definitely look up to a few people.
Yep.
and it helps, grow sport in general, which is great.
So who are a couple of, the names of mentors that have helped you along the journey, or even those players that you look at, maybe from afar and think, wow, if I could have half the career they've had, I'll be pretty happy. Is there a couple of names that spring to mind?
Yeah, definitely. Karen Murphy's a big one for me. I've idolised her my bowling career, and then just, locally, Cass Millerick's really helped me over the last few months, and I definitely idolise her more than I think she realises. It's great that I get to play alongside her and in a few events and in pennant and pairs events here and there, so it's great.
Yeah, that's fantastic to hear. Dwayne Brooks has come up big with a couple of amazing shots for the UBC wildcard team, 2 touches, and it's now shifted
Johnny
from
likes
being...
this one.
Yeah, he's following it very closely, and there you
Toucher,
go.
what a great shot.
That's why I was about to say that what had turned into, at the changeover, an ultimate end for the challengers had quickly shifted to first and second shot going the way of wildcard, but with that shot from John Green, I'd suggest that they now have the shot bowl, and they do. So a chance for Dwayne to respond here. These guys, these skips, seem to really have their radars on now. He just takes a little touch on the inside of blue bowl there, which kind of stopped his momentum. He was pretty excited about it up until that point. So 1 bowl to come here for John Green, and it is the UBC Challengers holding shot. Now, again, for those just joining us for the first time, that is worth 10 points. To have the second shot bowl is worth an additional 5. And if you have the third shot bowl, 3 points. So as it stands, the Challengers have 10 in the bank. Wildcard team have an additional 8. But that can, of course, change with this next delivery here from John Green.
Nearly got timed out on that one as well. That was very close to the buzzer.
Yeah, that's the other one too, the 30-second shot clock, which, again, maybe for players not used to the format, will take some adjusting, but I don't think the setup will change there with that shot. So 22-32, so a little bit of damage averted there as far as eating into the lead for the UBC Challengers, but it is Wildcard who lead by 10. And just quickly, Olivia, as we head around the other rinks with these Section B games getting underway, the NCE Raptors are off to a fast start against the Broadbeach Lions. They lead 27-3. Warilla Gorillas, who probably will admit that they were underperformers in Event 1, well, they've started well against the Point, who are a star-studded team, 32-25, pretty tight in that contest. Moama Black, who made a semi-final in Event 1, they lead Dandenong, a quarter-finalist from Event 1, 27-24. And then looking at the Event 1 champions, Exodus, they're taking on Whittlesea, 27-30. Currently Exodus leading that one, and Deer Park and Southern California Tsunami also locked away in a tight battle, 33-30. So, yeah, certainly as far as some of the big name teams, Olivia, you've lobbed into Section B, and you're going to have some great fun looking at the likes of Exodus with Matty Bouse and Aaron Sheriff. I don't know if you caught much of the action last night, but they were dominant through the finals. And then you've got Dandenong in there with Barry Lester and Gary Kelly, some of the best in the business. So, yeah, win, lose or draw, you're going to learn plenty, I think, over the next couple of days.
I'm looking forward to it. As we see a great start from both leads here.
So it is the Challengers with shot bowl at the moment. Emma Spicer, the lead for the UBC wildcard team, sending her second shot down. Tracking nicely, just turning a little to the left. Still not a bad effort from there. Now Scotty Dalton's turn. See if he can nestle one close to the jack again, like his previous. Let's have a look. Turning not quite enough, so it's going to end up towards the back. He's got a couple of bowls there. Not
good home.
Yeah, I was going to say not the worst tactic to have. If you can't get close, at least have that protection at the back of the ring. Should it get a little tight later on and the jack gets moved out towards that back. Third and final bowl here for Emma Spicer. This one is turning nicely.
Far away. Can she snag a toucher?
Yeah, she has too. And we'll just have to wait and see, but may even have the shot bowl there as well. So 3 points at a minimum for the UBC wildcard team. So that's for the toucher. Every bowl can score 3 points with a toucher, and they've also picked up the lead shot as well. So that's a 6-shot bowl. And just like that, the margin goes from 10 to 16. So fantastic stuff from Emma Spicer.
The head is set up quite nice for John now to just take that jack back.
Yeah, it's got a good visual on it. Wide open, and they're ready to attack if that's what he opts to do.
It's not too far away. He wants it to hurry.
Tell you what, it's coming around beautifully though, and there you
And
go,
the
toucher. Well called
Great
by
shot.
Olivia Cartwright, who saw that from about 5 metres away and absolutely tracked like a laser beam into that jack. So 3 points there, 3 much needed points to the challengers. Just trims that margin ever so slightly, but also importantly gives them that first shot bowl as it stands. Still plenty to play out in this third end. Heading to the back, trying to get around to the back there was Dwayne Brooks, but collides into his own bowl. So let's see what John Green can follow up with here after a toucher with his previous. Again, keeping a pretty close eye on it.
It's not too far away again.
He's done nicely, just works his way under his front bowl, and another one sitting out towards the back. So now Dwayne Brooks. Emma Spicer willing this one to hold its line, but again it's just curled away to the left. So first and third we can see here on our screen at the moment the way of the challenges. So that's, if the end stops here, 13 points in the bank. The wildcard team have second shot, which is worth 5, and that would be the margin if nothing changes before the conclusion of this end. That one he's not happy with, John.
Did the damage with his first though, so
Yep. So the final say in this end goes the way of the wildcard team, Dwayne Brooks. He talks tactics with Emma Spicer, who's giving him some direction from the back of the ring. See, very much a team-orientated sport. A lot of that communication required to get the best out of your teams, and let's see if Dwayne's able to follow instruction accordingly.
needs to get down.
Just holding out there to that right-hand side. So, again, the topsy-turvy nature of this UBC format in full swing. The challengers pick up first and third shot bowl, and they get the margin back to just 5. 43-38 the score with 2 ends to play.
So they actually managed to grab second shot as well. So
Oh,
as
they
we've
did.
seen a change in that
Yep.
scoreboard.
Yep.
There's only now 1 shot in it, so it's really close. Anyone's going.
This is why they put the big guns, Olivia, on the TV rink first up. They knew they were going to get a good contest, and that's exactly what we're getting.
I'll happily cheer from the sidelines if this is the other boys are going to play.
Well, of course, again, another one of the little quirks to the UBC, which I think is a great initiative. There are 3 players to each team, franchise, call them what you will, and a player has to play a minimum of 5 games through the preliminary rounds to qualify to play for finals, but also just as part of the rules and regulations. So it means that it's not just 2 players doing the lion's share of the work. All 3 are involved, and as I said, very much team orientated. So whether you like it or not, Olivia, you'll get at least 5 in there somewhere, and I'm sure you are looking forward to playing.
I am definitely. I know the boys are taking charge of the first 2 games, and then
Yep.
we'll see where it takes us from there.
That's a nice delivery and a toucher there for Scotty Dalton, who's got the radar well and truly back on now, and with that the challengers go to the lead 43-41. A real confidence booster for not only Scotty but John as well to get that toucher early, get the points and the scoreboard ticking over. So now Emma Spicer to try and
Just wants
answer
to miss
back.
her own.
Yeah,
Oh, not a bad result.
it's done well in probably not what she was hoping to achieve, but in the end promoting that bowl forward. Gets it a little closer in there to the jack. So Scotty Dalton, he's been a dead-eye dick in the last couple of ends. Attempting to turn this one, it's just going to slide out to that right-hand side.
It's great effort though.
So the wildcard team at the moment hold the lead shot, but I'm sure that Emma would love to just Sneak one in here even closer to help set up this head for Dwayne Brooks, her teammate, as we head to the second half of N4. She's hung this one out a little wide and a little deeper, trying to will it past the deepest bowl. Doesn't quite get there, but they will get lead shot. So again, that lead changes hands, 44 to 43. The UBC wildcard team leading the UBC challenges, and of course you can keep up to date with all the live scores from around the rinks as they happen, and those scores updated every 30 seconds, so you will not miss a thing. The website is ultimatebowls.com/scoreboard. And now it's the skip's turn to play their part in this fourth end.
John stalking this one.
Just wants some legs. It's not quite going to get there, but gee, it's a mighty fine start to his efforts.
Shot.
Yep. Yeah, I'd say it's got it. I'd say it's snuck in for shot. So first and third will be the way of the challengers, and the scoreboard updates to confirm that for us. Now to Dwayne Brooks. And that one's just going to slide under to the left. So you mentioned, Olivia, so you're working here at the club as well?
Yeah, just recently.
Yep.
Started a job in the bar over at the Greens, which has been handy.
I should allow reasonable time for you to get out and have some practice
it does,
during
it's
the break.
Very, very flexible.
No, that's good. It's a fantastic venue here. I'm sure many who've been to this part of the world have ventured through the Moama Bowling Club and can vouch for that, but if you haven't been, I'm not working for the tourism board, but this is a beautiful part of the world, and obviously has been doing it pretty tough recently with the flooding situation, so any tourist dollars that can come through I'm sure are greatly appreciated. And having spent many a weekend here as a kid, yeah, it's a great spot for the whole family. Water sports, fishing and boating, and also just some of the great heritage that's around the place. Not to mention, if you're around on a weekend, you'll see some pretty handy lawn bowls action as well. Right now our focus is on John Green and the UBC challengers as they are locked in a really good battle here with the UBC wildcard team.
Ideally he wants a toucher here.
Oh, he's done well.
Oh.
I think he's definitely kept first shot. Just wait for the overhead angle to see maybe as to how close that has rested, and there you go. He's worked his way into first and second shot bowl. So yeah, this is a big one coming up for Dwayne Brooks, because we are at the back of the fourth end, so just the one end to play after this. 5 end matches here at the UBC.
I don't think this one will be short. Wants to give himself a chance through the bowls.
Yep.
Get a toucher even.
Certainly weighted this one a bit heavier, but it looks as though it's trying. It's not going to get the job done though. So again, that lead, it has been up and down like a roller coaster for both of these sides, but as we head into the fifth and final end, it will be the challengers who find themselves 11 shots to the good. 58 plays 47. And well, if this is a sign of what's to come here on the TV rink for Section B, Olivia, we're in for a fun and entertaining afternoon, because this has been good to watch.
Sure has.
So now the big job, the responsibility of the leads in Scotty Dalton and Emma Spicer to get their teams off to a good start in this fifth and final end. The margin might be 11, but a couple of touches here in these leads ends can change the complexion of that score very quickly. And speaking of which,
what a great start.
Yeah, I do reckon by my count that's at least 4 touches I think he's had in this contest, and he's putting his hand up early is Scotty Dalton for the Golden Touch Award, which is announced at the end of every event for the most touches through sectional play. He's certainly racking them up early, and the winners in event 1, which were Aaron Sheriff and also Lee Schreiner, 29 they compiled through their sectional matches, and it's over 12 games.
It's a massive effort,
isn't it? But yeah, Scotty Dalton certainly off to a fantastic start with at least 4 I can recall, may even be more than that. See what he can do here with his second. He's going to push this one out towards the back. They lead by 14, the challengers. They have a little bit of breathing space, but as we know, an ultimate end is worth 18 points, so the game is far from out of reach for the UBC wildcard team. Here's Emma Spicer. The initial reaction wasn't great. Looks to have hung this one out a little wide.
Wants to swing home hard. Weight's pretty good in the end.
Yeah. Just the direction. That was all that was missing there. And now it's with Scotty Dalton. A toucher here. And lead shot would be massive. It's going to slide through the back again. So margin is still 14, but that will be reduced to just 11, assuming that Emma Spicer here can avoid any carnage with her own bowl. Then again, she could also aim for a toucher and reduce the margin even further.
Which would be ideal.
She seems a lot happier with this bowl. It's just going to slide underneath, I think, but it's actually going to probably end up closer. It does. So they'll get the 3 for the lead shot at the changeover, and that'll set us up for a pretty exciting finish. 61 plays 50, and that is the way of the UBC Challengers. So outside of obviously work and bowls, Olivia, what else is keeping you entertained these days? What are the hobbies, what are the passions you've got going on?
Honestly, not much really. I'm quite dedicated to my bowls, but hopefully at the beginning of next year head off to uni and study a course of teaching, which should keep me on my toes, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Having gone to uni with about a dozen teachers, I understood the stresses of that once you start getting things like work placement and the like. That's a couple of years down the track, but always some entertaining stories from their ventures into schools for a day or two, looking after rowdy kids who always like to pick on the substitute teacher or the fill-in teacher. So not that I want to scare you off, Olivia, but that's something to look forward to.
I'll look forward to that.
Yep. And from a bowls perspective, what have you set any sort of short-term targets, or are you just happy to just keep learning, just keep enjoying it as you go and see where it takes you?
Hopefully in the near future I can put my name out there a bit more and work my way into the pathways Jackaroos. That's hopefully what I'm looking forward to in the next 12 to 24 months, and I guess playing in these events like this definitely helps.
Yeah, no doubt. Some invaluable experience, and getting to bowl under these sort of pressure type situations will only help on weekends and playing for your club, and that's why we talk about this UBC draft and the ability for pretty much anyone to put their hand up and nominate. You never know where you might lob, and it is a great opportunity. Forget the prize money, the experience alone is pretty invaluable.
Definitely.
So with a couple of bowls to come in this contest, it's going to be tight. It's going to be really tight, in fact.
Johnny Green needs to produce something here.
As it stands, I've got the wild card winning by 1 based
Playing
on the
weight,
points.
looking to split the bowls, I reckon.
How's he gone?
Not too far away.
Done it well, and gets a toucher.
What a great shot.
Well, again, I'm not going to go over the top with my praise of any bowlers being such an amateur myself, but I can't imagine you could have played that bowl much better. A toucher clears out the damage and also picks out first and second shot with his last bowl of the match. Incredible. So now over to you, Dwayne Brooks. This is really tough. He's going to have to come up with something equally as special. Wait on the bowl, watching it closely. Oh, and he's got the toucher as well. That is unbelievable.
Wow. What have we just witnessed?
Well, I'm going to tell you something for nothing, Olivia. I've got no idea how to assess that. That is quite incredible. Back-to-back bowls from our skippers in John Green and Dwayne Brooks.
Well, they've definitely got the lead, the first shot.
Yeah, and there's a toucher obviously as part of that as well. So we're going to have to wait for the officials to confer here and just make absolutely sure of this. It's the kind of match where I reckon both sides should almost walk off and just agree on a draw. It seems unfair that there'll be a winner and a loser in this. And look at that. I think in the end, it is the wildcard team that win by 1 shot. And take a bow, Dwayne Brooks. Gee, John Green, not to be disgraced by anything he's contributed there. Both players, and in fact all 4 players, have done an amazing job to give us such a great contest. 68-67. So if you've just joined us on our YouTube stream, well, what a great time to join us, because that's about as entertaining a game as we've seen in preliminaries throughout the last 3 days. And although I'm sure, Olivia, you're a touch disappointed it wasn't a win for your side, mighty proud of the effort by all players, but your teammates. You couldn't have done much more.
No, we definitely battled it out, that's for sure. 2 big bowls in the end by both skips, so everyone should be proud of their efforts.
No, that was absolutely superb. So well done in the end to the UBC wildcard team, and it doesn't really matter what they do for the rest of this event. I'm sure Dwayne Brooks will be telling everyone about that over a couple of drinks later on, how good a shot that was, and it was quite something special.
So he should be. He managed to pull it off perfectly.
Yeah, straight after John Green had come up with what we thought was a match-winning shot. So absolutely brilliant. What a start. Looking at scores quickly around the rinks, completed matches. The Broadbeach Lions have turned that one around in a big way. 70-59 winners over the NCE Raptors. Warilla off to a winning start. They'll be really happy with that. 67-65. They didn't have a great event 1, but they're off to a good start in event 2. Dandenong with Barry Lester and Gary Kelly there. Too good for Moama Black. What a star-studded game that was, with Ryan Burnett and Alex Marshall representing Moama. Whittlesea 68-67 against Exodus. So there you go, an early defeat for the event 1 champions. And then the Southern California Tsunami, our US representatives, along with Golden State, who had the bye in this round, they have beaten Deer Park 79-50. So, yeah, amazing stuff. Olivia, thank you for your time. We'll let you get back to your teammates, because I know you've got to go and obviously cheer them on in their next game, which, having a look here, who have you guys got up next? You've got the Warilla Gorillas?
Yes, that should be a tough battle, but I'm sure the boys are looking forward to it, and I'm definitely looking forward to cheering them on the sidelines.
Like I said, it's been great to have you as part of the coverage. Obviously, a young, emerging, up-and-coming star of the game, so we wish you well, both with your time here at Moama, with your club bowling, but obviously with this event and any future events, and hopefully, like you said, we'll see you representing the green and gold one day down the track. But thanks for joining us here on our stream.
Thanks.
So we will look forward to our next contest, which we'll see. Having a look here on our rink 1, our TV rink, the Point taking on the Dandenong Club. So Barry Lester and Gary Kelly gearing up for a clash with Ray Pearce. And just trying to find out who Ray's teammate will be for this one. I'm sure it will be revealed shortly. Either Ali Forsyth or David Axon. What a start that has been to the sectional B matches. We just saw 2 of the best bowls from skips we're going to probably see all week, delivered to decide the match by 1 single shot.
Yeah, no, it was really good to watch. Definitely different.
Well, if that's the sort of quality we're going to get from the likes of our UBC wildcard and UBC challenger teams, then we are in for a treat, because now we have got a couple of the absolute heavy hitters, with Dandenong joining us with the Point, who were one of the sides who had a pretty good and deep run in the first event. But it all starts again with event 2, and section B matches are about to get this one underway. And thankfully I think the weather's improved.
Yeah, it's still a little bit cold, but for the most part, definitely one of the better days. A little bit less wind.
So have you got a prediction for this one for us?
I'd like to see the Point have a win, but you know, in this event anything can happen. It only takes 1 bowl to really change everything. Guess that's what keeps it a bit exciting. So
it will be Barry Lester to get us started. So Barry Lester and Ray Pearce as the leads for their respective sides here. A little bit of a pause. Barry, he's donning the sunglasses and the cap today, which he is a bit of a fashionista at the best of times, is our man Baz.
Yes. Keeps the photos looking classy.
I wouldn't have thought it was quite bright enough inside for the glasses, but then again he marches to the beat of his own drum, does Baz. So Ray Pearce, now one of the stars of the event in Dandenong, going back in April with the Geelong Clippers at the time, and a winner and a runner-up in that event. And this one pushed to the back. So a couple of siders for the boys. I have heard some comments that players have found this TV rink just a little bit quicker than maybe the rinks behind us?
I have heard them mention that over a couple of days. That's something handy to keep in mind for event 3.
And that's a pretty handy correction there, Sarah, from Barry, who's put that one into about 25 centimetres away from the jack. Let's see what Ray Pearce can respond with. And again, he's just a little heavy, goes to the back. So other matches that are unfolding for round 2 in Section B. Whittlesea taking on Moama Black, Broadbeach Lions and the Southern California Tsunami, Deer Park and Exodus. The Challengers taking on Warilla and Golden State, their first match after having the bye in the opening round, taking on the NCE Raptors. So at the moment it's Dandenong with the lead shot, unless Ray Pearce can sneak this one inside. He's following it closely again, maybe just a touch heavy, and it will be, I think. So should be first points on the board there.
Ooh.
To Dandenong, only just, but it only has to be just. 3-0 the scoreline. So we saw a great final series last night, Sarah. It was a good atmosphere around the place. Plenty of support for the home teams. Helps when they make the semi-finals, both
Yes.
Moama Black and Moama Green. But yeah, it was really entertaining. And the Exodus were just a force to be reckoned with, weren't they? They just once they got on a roll, they were almost impossible to stop.
Yeah, no, it was a very competitive game. Definitely a lot of action happening.
So this is Ali Forsyth. He's teaming up with Ray Pearce for the point here in this round 2 clash with the Dandenong club. And that's a nice opening bowl there too from Ali as he sneaks that one in just to the left-hand side of the jack. Now Gary Kelly, the skipper for the Dandenong club, currently hold the shot, looking to sneak in to have the second, and I think he's done that pretty well. Yeah, it's going to be very close. Barry Lester's confident that he's got the second in there. Wouldn't be much in it. The wind continues to blow pretty hard here in Moama, but not affecting the players. Very well sheltered here at the Moama Bowls Club. Ali Forsyth tracking this one, and there's our first toucher of this contest. Does push the jack in even closer to a Dandenong bowl, but it does get the point on the board with 3-3 the scoreline, very early stages of this contest. So a little bit of a conference between Barry Lester and Gary Kelly. Whenever he shapes up to deliver a bowl, Gary, I just think he's going to absolutely launch it. It's got a very unique delivery style, but it's very effective. This one is going to go out to the right and a little deep. So one bowl to come in this end. Ali Forsyth to deliver it. At the moment it's Dandenong holding first and second shot. So a chance for them to add 15 points. Unless, of course, Ali Forsyth can do some damage here and really change up that head. So here he goes, keeping a very close eye on it. Ray Pearce tracking it as well. Looks to be on track, gets the toucher, and unfortunately just the trailing jack will rest near a Dandenong bowl. But still, 3 points go onto the scoreboard for Ali and Ray. But in the end, I think it's going to be Dandenong who will end up in front after one completed end. Just waiting for the officials to confer. And it's about to be confirmed for us. And there we go. So in the end, the damage not too bad for the point. They got the toucher there, which helped, but 11-16 the score. Dandenong club lead after one completed end. couple of touches early in this one, Sarah, and as we'd expect from such high calibre bowls, it's going to be pretty tight, this contest, I'd assume.
Yeah, can only hope. They're all very experienced, they've achieved a lot, so sure they can whip up some good bowls.
And I'd reckon both of these teams will be a little bit disappointed with the way that their campaigns finished in Event 1. Dandenong were knocked out in the quarterfinals, and as we said, the boys from the Point were pretty solid, but unfortunately went out at the hands of Exodus, which is no reason to be disgraced. But I know, speaking to Ali yesterday, they were really confident going into that semi-final. Unfortunately couldn't get the job done, but in the end, 15,000 for a semi-finalist isn't a bad consolation prize of sorts.
Yeah, it's probably not what they expected, but it's definitely better than nothing. So they put in some really good bowls throughout that game.
They did. I think just getting a check early on, and that looks like it's as close to a toucher as you can get without being a toucher, I reckon. That one just needed one, maybe inch or two more, and it's there. But anyway, it's still a shot bowl to start, and gets the Dandenong club off to a bit of a momentum builder in this second end. Yeah, to bank that check, particularly as far as the winners are concerned. I mean, for Exodus now, they can sort of enjoy the next 4 days, and as competitive as they are, knowing that they've already got that win under the belt. Anything from now on is just a little bit of icing on the cake. But the prize money is just quite incredible for this event. Not just once, but 3 times.
Yeah.
So Barry Lester now looking to chuck one to the back. There's a little bit of protection somewhere near the tee there, as they're all over the jack at the moment. Now a third and final bowl here for Ray Pearce to see what he can do. He's willing this one to hold its line. Now to turn late and try and work off Barry Lester's bowl. He did a good job, about as good as he could have done. And unfortunately, just the momentum carried his bowl a little further away. So lead shot does go the way of the Dandenong club. They extend the lead out 16-11 the scoreboard. And speaking of which, ultimatebowls.com/scoreboard, you can check out all the latest. And those scores updated every 30 seconds, 19-11 the score. I must admit, Sarah, I keep a close eye. I'm constantly watching Ray Pearce. I know he's here under a fair amount of duress. Speaking to him before Event 1, he was in and out of this team. Wasn't sure whether he was going to play because he was meant to be getting his gallbladder removed. Had the operation all penciled in, hence he wasn't playing.
Yeah.
And then only found out a couple of days ago that they were cancelling that surgery or postponing it. So he is playing, but he has suffered quite a number of attacks to that region over the last few weeks. So I'm just a little conscious of just watching his body language, because the last thing we want is him keeling over and having an episode here.
Yeah, no. Always got to look after health first. No, I listened to the podcast with him on it, and was surprised to see him up here when I arrived.
Yeah, it's great. It's great for the spectators, and clearly it's great for the Point to have someone of his calibre here playing. But yeah, I can understand why it was a little bit touch and go. A toucher there, speaking of which, for Gary Kelly. Another 3 points on the board for the Dandenong club. We don't often think of, I suppose, when we think of athletes and injuries and ailments, I guess with lawn bowls we don't think about them as much, but if you're carrying something like that, or are conscious of something like that, is a wonderful bowl there from Ali Forsyth, gets the toucher and also now the shot. That you don't really need that in the back of your mind as you're trying to pinpoint bowls over long distances in high pressure environments like this.
Yeah, especially when bowls are such a mental game. It takes a lot out of you just on a good day. Yeah,
absolutely. So Gary Kelly here, his final bowl. Holding, looking good. Look at that. Unbelievable exhibition by both our skips here at the moment. A toucher for Gary. So 3 more shots to the Dandenong tally. And look at the bowls converging around that jack at the moment. It's been a real exhibition this second end. 25-14 the score, and a number of touches from both teams. wouldn't put it past Ali Forsyth to deliver another one here. Watching, maybe just a little high and out to that left-hand side. So, well, that was really entertaining. It is Dandenong who will extend their lead, 35-22 after 2 completed ends. And yeah, both teams really seem, Sarah, to have their radars firmly fixed on, and we're seeing a very nervous Jack at the other end because it knows it's under all sorts of pressure. Every time these guys deliver a bowl, there's a chance of touches about to unfold.
Yeah.
So now an opportunity for Barry Lester to get us underway in this third end. A man who's done just about all you can do in lawn bowls, representing his country and World Championships and Commonwealth Games and multitude of individual honours and team awards.
Very good career. And I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon.
No.
He's just going to keep achieving more and more.
Yeah, I would think so. Certainly at the peak of his powers, and a great advertiser for the sport too. Really promotes it well and really appeals probably more so to that younger brigade, but that's certainly the way that the sport is angling, as much as it still needs the input and the involvement of some of the older brigade to have that youthful exuberance come through, and a little bit of enthusiasm is going to be great for the sport in the long run.
Yeah, sport can't survive without it.
There's a second lead bowl here, just a little short and out to the left again. So now for Ray Pearce of the point. This one is turning, tracking, looking good, and absolutely superb. Well, that's 3 off the deficit, 25-35. And as important as those 3 shots for the toucher, they also now have shot bowls. So it's over to Barry Lester here to try and avoid coughing up another 3 points. He's calling it to hurry. Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. We're being treated here at the moment as Baz leapfrogs the signage to go and have a look at that from the spectators' seats near the beanbags. He's pretty happy with his work, I think, and rightfully so. 38-25 the score. Jack has now moved out towards the back of the rink, close to the tee, and that's a great response too from Ray Pearce though, because there were still 3 points up for grabs for that lead shot, and he had a reasonable target to aim at, but you've still got to be good enough to deliver, and deliver he has. So cancels out that toucher from Barry Lester, essentially. 28-38, 10 shot margin halfway through this contest. So now Gary Kelly, the only man not wearing sunglasses, either on his head or actually just wearing them like Barry Lester is in these very overcast conditions. Sends down his first bowl of the end, and I reckon his teammate's pretty happy with it. Going to go just a little shy of shot bowl. Barry's having a good look. Not much in it. Now to Ali Forsyth. One of the few left-handers in the competition. Just gives, I guess, him a different look, a different angle. And certainly to this forehand side, he's going to try and nestle this one inside the bowl of Gary Kelly. It's just come up a little bit short. Gary Kelly just asking this one to just hold up a touch. It looks heavy as it goes past the jack. Settle out as the deepest bowl in this end thus far. Dandenong Club leading by 10. We'll get some scores from around the rink shortly as well. Some big guns playing off in this round 2 of Section B. Ali Forsyth there, just in and tucked away on that right hand side. First and third shot currently with Dandenong. They lead by 10, so These are a couple of big bowls coming up. First, Gary Kelly would just love to nestle this one in nice and close to pole the pressure on Ellie Forsyth. Again, just holding, and he's done brilliantly. Ask for a big shot, and these guys 9 times out of 10 will deliver. So this is a big delivery in the context of this contest. Got to stay within touching distance, the point. Ray Pearce looking closely. Unbelievable stuff again. I don't know how this is going to play out as far as shot bowl. He'll get the 3 for the toucher. He's just done everything he possibly could there to get shot bowl, but what they do find themselves now, Sarah, is just 9 in arrears. But again, the ability to deliver under such pressure, knowing you've got the last bowl of the end, and to find a toucher and minimise the damage from a point scoring point of view is, again, the stuff these guys train their whole lives for, isn't it?
Yep. Put in a lot of time and effort.
I suppose it's one of those things we're talking about, checks for $50,000 that'll be on the line, tomorrow night. But these guys have, bowled in pressure situations for gold medals for their countries, no less. So I suppose when you compare that to a bit of cash, and it's a reasonable amount of cash, it's it's something you can see why these guys excel, because they're used to being in those moments. Ray Pearce, almost the toucher to start this 4th end. The boys essentially here it's a bit of target practice, trying to get the 3 points, keep that scoreboard ticking over. Barry Lester's effort is just going to slide underneath. It's still nice and close. Clearly the best shot bowl so far. Ray Pearce now. Ellie Forsyth watching this closely, and there we go. Shot bowl and a toucher, so that margin is now back to 6. Around the rinks, Sarah, just have a look at a few of the scores there. Whittlesea, who were, I must say, it was a surprise to see them bow out as early as they did in the preliminary finals. They were one of the dominant teams through the preliminary rounds in Event 1. But it looks as though they've bounced back pretty well. 81-36, they lead Moama Black, one of the semi-finalists from Event 1. 51-54, the Broadbeach Lions trail the Southern California Tsunami at the moment, halfway through the 5th and final end. Barry Lester a little disappointed with his 3rd and final bowl there. Deer Park 43, Exodus 68. A couple of the big guns and the finalists from Event 1, of course. And then the Warilla Gorillas 47 lead the UBC Challengers 37. Finally Golden State and the NC Raptors locked away in a good battle. 51-36 the way of the Raptors, as we watch Ray Pearce's 3rd and final bowl come to a rest, and it looks as though Dandenong pick up the 3 lead shot points. They do, so it's back out to that 9-point margin. And your involvement here, Sarah, with UBC, how did that all come about? How long have you been involved with the crew?
I helped out at Dandenong. I helped Beck with all the photography and bits and pieces around the place, and loved it so much that I came back. So no, it's an amazing event, so why wouldn't you want to be involved in it?
Absolutely, yeah. I got to say to our YouTube viewers, you've got to be on your game when Sarah's around, because you are part of the Snapperazzi.
Yes.
I know there's been a couple of moments as I'm over at my MC station where I go to scratch my nose, or I think, I could be photographed doing this, so just got to be a bit more careful about the movements at times. But no, the photos coming through, and I saw some up on the Facebook page from Event 1. Great action shots. I don't know how many you were responsible for, Sarah, but I'm going to say all of them. But good to get those moments, those memories for these players and the fans, and yeah, the interactions between players and volunteers alike. It's one of the great things about this event. I think it's just the atmosphere and the good-natured spirit of it all. Everyone seems to be really enjoying themselves.
Yeah, it always comes up with nice photos. Even looking back at the Dandenong ones, there's always something happening, regardless of what rink it's on or in the background even. It's just always something.
Well, most of the Dandenong ones did come up well. I must admit, the ones that I featured in, and as I look back on them now, I had long hair tied in a man bun. I had a horrible looking beard. I looked like I'd just emerged from under a bridge somewhere, so hence I've tidied myself up for this event.
That's what really drove the change, did it?
That and my wife saying, if you don't hurry up and get rid of that hair and that beard, then we're going to have some serious discussions.
Yeah, that will do it.
But no, it's great to have that side of the event captured for prosperity, and for the winners and the finalists to have those memories, and the boys with their giant novelty check yesterday, they all look very happy.
Yes, always the nicest of photos.
So they're in a good spot here, Dandenong. They hold first and second shot. They're 9-shot lead as we head towards the end of this fourth end. So this is now Gary Kelly looking to further strengthen their position. And then it'll be down to Ali Forsyth with the final say. He's just going to pop this one out the back because I think they know what Ali's plan will be here, is to deliver a heavy weighted bowl, try and clear out the head and get a few of those orange bowls scattered. It can be a little bit of pinball, but you just hope that things rest in your favour. Let's see what he's done here. He's come out to the backhand side. It's going to slide pretty close to his front bowl, but in the end it hasn't really helped the overall picture of things. So first and second shot go the way of Dandenong, so that's 15 points, 10 and 5 for the first and the second shots respectively, and they're just going to have a closer look at this third shot as the tape comes out. It's worth noting, of course, Sarah, and some may be watching going, well, you've already picked up first and second, that's 15, the third shot's only worth 3, but because we play so many of these round robin matches, and because we get to the situation where at the end of the preliminaries you get teams locked away on the same number of wins, top 6 go through, and often it comes down to shot differential, doesn't it? So you've just got to play them out and try and get as many points as you possibly can.
Yeah, it all adds up. Every bowl counts. Nearly every bowl.
As we can see some occasionally lopsided results where you think, well, gee, that seems a bit ruthless, but it's not the players by design wanting to, embarrass their opposition. It's just knowing that you have to play out every end, every bowl, try and get as many of those points in the bank, because it could be the difference between finishing second or third.
Yep.
And that, of course, means you go through to a direct quarter final as opposed to having to play through a prelim, or 6th or 7th, which means you may be missing out on the finals and some sort of cash altogether. So that's why it is so important. Good start there by Ray Pearce. They need almost the perfect end here, the point. They trail by 27. How's your maths, Sarah? You're pretty good?
Not very good.
I was going to say, because mine used to be okay, adequate. Then I don't know what happened. I just stopped reading my times tables or something. But I think I worked out, or I may have even stolen it from someone, that the absolute maximum you can score in an end is 39 points.
I'll believe
that's
you.
with an ultimate end, the lead shot, and 6 touches. Now, of course, to record 6 touches would be nigh on impossible. Not to say it could never be done, but it would be very difficult.
Wayne Turley got 3 touches in one end
yesterday.
Yep. Okay. Very impressive to watch.
Yep. Yeah, I think that happened a couple of times in
Dandenong as well.
Yeah, a couple of leads with 3 touches to start. Speaking of which, Ray Pearce has just picked up at least 3 to bring the deficit back to 24. But yeah, speaking to some of the players, they've sort of said, look, anything beyond 24 in a deficit going into a final end, again, it's not impossible, but it makes life very difficult. You need everything to go your way. You need the ultimate end. You need a couple of touches. And you obviously need that lead shot at the changeover. So it makes it pretty tough, trailing by 27 here for the point. Ray wants another touch. And then he wants the bowl to fall over. He's done everything he possibly could to add another 3 points. He will get that for the lead shot. He would have dearly loved another 3 for a toucher, but it's back to 21. So again, my mediocre maths suggests that they need the ultimate end, which they currently hold as it stands, but they also will need a toucher in here to at least tie the game. And now just looking for some carnage, and he does so well there, Gary Kelly. He's one of the best drivers of the bowl in the business. He's driven that so well that now I think Barry Lester can't even find the bowl. That's how forceful that was. It's ended up somewhere. It might even be back over the bridge in Echuca. It had a lot of weight behind it, that. So what he has done is certainly create enough carnage and damage there that the jack goes to the tee at the back of the rink. Scoreboard's still showing ultimate end to the point, but I'm sure that's about to be updated, and it just has been now. There we go, first and second shot with Dandenong. Apologises, my phone starts vibrating and getting work calls when I'm not at work. I'm not counting this as work, Sarah.
No.
It's a form of work, but I'd say it's more of a hobby, to be honest.
Yes. Yeah. No, I'm still getting work calls.
Oh, are you? Yep. So it looks like Dandenong's going to do enough here to record a really important victory. Sort of just playing out the end here. Alec Forsyth will try and get a few more points on the board for the points. As we said, they all matter. They'll all count in the wash-up. I've got some completed matches too. Whittlesea have cracked the ton. I've only seen that a couple of times so far here in Moama, but 100-41 winners over Moama Black. Broadbeach Lions 72-60 winners over the Southern California Tsunami. Exodus have bounced back onto the winners list in that Event 1 Grand Final rematch, 86-46 over Deer Park. The Wirrilla Gorillas, I'm expecting big things from them in Event 2, 84-42 winners over the UBC Challengers, and in a really tight battle, it's the NCE Raptors, 75-72 winners over Golden State, which I know will make our music man Tony very happy. One of the owners of the NCE Raptors.
Even got a gig in the first event.
He did. He got the call up, and he actually had been very modest when I asked him about how good a bowler he is, not knowing Tony other than his music playing ability up until that point. He said, oh yeah, no, go okay, go all right. And I saw him play against Barry Lester, who, as we know, is one of the nation's best, one of the world's best. Played against him as a lead, and not only held his own, but I think even Barry would admit he probably had his measure for the game they played on day one. So he obviously goes all right, Tony.
He does.
This one's been completed. The point did get the lead shot and first shot to finish a little bit closer. In the end, it's a 19-shot margin in favour of the Dandenong Club, 77-58. And Dandenong will go on their merry way now into round 3. And looking to some of those matches here on our TV rink, we'll have the Deer Park Chargers, who will be keen to bounce back after a heavy loss to Exodus. They take on the Whittlesea Eagles. So Lee Schreiner and co will be, I think, just chomping at the bit to get back into the swing of things after the disappointment of losing in a prelim yesterday. The NCE Raptors, Tony's team, take on the UBC Wildcard, the UBC Challengers and the Dandenong Club. They're on rink 3. The Golden State take on Southern California Tsunami, the Point and Moama Black, and then Broadbeach Lions and Exodus. Wirrilla Gorillas will enjoy the bye. We'll actually just quickly check in as Chris Green joins me as part of our coverage here on day 1 of Event 2. A big thank you to Sarah for her contribution through that game. As we expected, Greenie, it was high calibre from all 4 players, but in the end, just the class of Barry Lester, but also Gary Kelly, just his ability as skip to really convert those good starts from Barry Lester, and in the end a really important win for the Dandenong Club.
Yeah, you could expect that from all 4 of those players. Razor probably just a little bit off early, especially the high standards and expectations he has on himself. But you saw that in the last end, just the quality of player he is. it's quite interesting when you do look at some of the results. So it's almost turned around from yesterday. Deer Park and Tarrant Point still yet to register a win, and they were the top 2 in their section. And Wirraloo, who missed out, they've had 2 good wins.
Yeah, Moama Black there as well, one of the semi-finalists from Event 1. They're still waiting to crack it for their first win. And as we look to the other end of the table, well, I spoke to Sarah about the fact the Whittlesea Eagles, I think they would have gone to bed last night just wondering what on earth happened. They were dominant through that preliminary rounds of matches, and as you said, it really boiled down to that round 13 game where they went from sitting in the top 2 to all of a sudden dropping out into 3rd. They go into a knockout prelim, get beaten, and all of that hard work, it sort of must have felt like it was a bit of a waste, but boy oh boy have they bounced back in a big way with a couple of strong wins to start. The Warilla Gorillas were another team, we've seen them in Dandenong, the event in April, really dominant. Well, they missed the finals altogether. So you just know these sides, they won't stay down for too long. Yeah, the quality always rises to the top. And here we have plenty of quality as well. So the Whittlesea Eagles you did talk about, Ben Winter's the lead and Lee Schreiner is skipping. And then, so Deer Park have had a little bit of a change with their lineup. I know Case was having a few words with the team and what can we do, what do you think? And they've come out with Paul Foster leading up for Aaron Wilson. Yeah, really we are accustomed to seeing Aaron, well, we certainly were in Event 1 as the lead bowler. So just a little bit of a structured change to try and jig things for Deer Park. But this, again, I mean, we've been spoilt with that last game with the Point and Dandenong. Well, this will be just as good, Deer Park and Whittlesea. Yeah, Deer Park, they'll know that, 2 losses, they can't afford to lose too many more today with their... especially their first 6 rounds in this big block. So they want to find a combination and find it quickly that it's going to work. And sometimes the combination you used yesterday isn't going to work today, and vice versa. It's one of those things where it's day by day. We sort of found through Event 1 that 6 wins is the bare minimum that's likely to get you through to those preliminary playoffs. You probably want the 7 wins to be absolutely certain. Yeah. But if you're starting Norton 3, I think you're right there, Greenie. It's the pressure builds because you've really got little margin for error. If you're starting as slowly as that, having to basically win 6 of your next 9, 7 of your next 9. So, yeah, you're right about how much this one means to Deer Park. Whittlesea with the lead shot and the first points on the board in this one. Yeah, and the margins as well. That's the thing. If you have lost 2, you want to make sure your margins are quite low. Yeah. You look at Moama Black, which just surprised me there on the bottom, and Deer Park is coming 12th in the section, minus 81 and minus 69 respectively. So Lee Schreiner, one of our Golden Touch winners from Event 1, 29 touches through the preliminary rounds. Yeah, the 2 Golden Touch award winners from Event 1 actually skipped against each other in round 1 of Event 2. Yep. So Aaron Sheriff being the other Golden Touch winner, of course. 29 apiece. It's one of the individual awards on offer here through the week in Moama as we watch Aaron Wilson just shave that one past the jack. Currently holding shot though Deer Park, 2nd and 3rd with Whittlesea. That may change in a moment or 2. It just does now as Deer Park will move into 3rd spot. Yeah, I was actually speaking to Lee last night after the conclusion of the final, and he was that level of surprise that they weren't competing in the quarterfinals after going from 1st down to 3rd. In just that final game of sectional play, and then knocked out by the Broadbeach Lions in the preliminary. Yeah, well, we had high drama in our preliminaries, didn't we? We had a bowl-off, essentially. Yeah. The one-shot bowl-off after a match was tied in the preliminary finals, and this one here from Aaron Wilson, he's just urging it to get some legs. It falls a touch short, so they still hold 1st and 3rd. Yeah, I think out of the 4 preliminary finals, 3 of them there was an ultimate end. 3 of the matches had an ultimate end on the final end, and that determined the result, or in one case pushed it to a tie-break. So Lee Schreiner has done really well there.
Yeah, he's done enough to get the shot out of it. So that'll be 10 points there for Whittlesea. Second and third, 8 points to Deer Park. And it's 13-8 after one end.
It's good to see a number of competing players, not just the finalists, the grand finalists last night. Greenie, stick around afterwards to reminisce on a couple of days of great action. And it was a reasonably early night for us, but maybe a couple that might have kicked on a little longer than they'd first planned.
Yeah, it was a good crowd here, so at the club, and then they went across to the main club as well.
Imagine for the Exodus boys, and we're off to a start in this second end as one just slides by from Benny Winther. You get that first win. The pressure's off. These guys are such competitors, though. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure they'll be gunning to make it 2 from 2. But speaking with Aaron Sheriff, just said, you can't get a better start. So now everything's just gravy from here on.
Yep. And it was just a bit of sort of the monkey off the back for them as well, because they had been to a number of finals and hadn't yet lifted that big winner's check.
Yep.
So they got the big check now. They got the medals.
So Benny Winther there sliding in for lead shot at this early stage of end number 2. Paul Foster leading off here for Deer Park. Watching this one closely, it's tracking beautifully. Just misses the toucher, but works his way in for the lead shot.
Well, probably one of the most successful pairings in World Bowls history in the pairs would be Paul Foster and Alex Marshall, and Paul Foster leading up. So he'll be very used to this position.
Yep.
And it's a handy replacement if you can't have Alex Marshall, having Aaron Wilson at the other end.
Yeah, and as we've touched on too, working in teams of 3, you like to have that little bit of flexibility. As much as these guys have their favoured roles, whether that's as lead or skip, if it isn't working and if someone's just a little bit off their game, the ability to be able to flip that, and so we watch this one from Paul Foster again, just shave past the edge of the jack, can make the difference. If you're trying to halt momentum, or even if you're trying to build on it, to have that flexibility.
Yeah, just changing that dynamic up. Because as we know with these players, they're capable of playing all positions and all shots. Not sure if you heard it earlier, Case and I were doing a match up here, and Ryan Bester was playing directly on the rink behind us. And if there wasn't a board behind us, there could have been a jack either floating through us or onto the TV rink.
Well, over at my MC station, Greenie, we did hear a couple of loud bangs, and I must admit my heart skipped a beat, because on day 1 we didn't have much joy as far as television sets were concerned. The inclement weather was causing all sorts of havoc, and I've never seen so much rope and drilling and zip tying going on as we did on that first morning. So when I heard those bangs, I thought, surely we haven't lost another TV or 2.
Yeah.
Then to only realise, as you said, that we looked over and someone said, no, that'll be Ryan Bester. He's known to launch them at a reasonable rate.
Yeah, well, that's what we're surprised we haven't actually had a jack through one of the TVs yet. It's been a number of events, and
don't speak too soon.
Yeah,
mate.
well,
don't speak too soon.
He was obviously targeting it.
Yeah.
Almost like the old Mercantile Mutual stands at cricket.
Yeah, offer a cash prize for anyone who can smack through a TV. I don't think you want to be giving these guys too much of a carrot dangled in front.
No.
Saw Gary Kelly drive one in the previous game where it deflected a bowl so far off that poor old Baz had to go and chase it over on the grass greens. There's Aaron Wilson, look at that. Oh, he got the toucher, but it has just pushed the jack into a sea of orange bowls.
Yeah, if you got that through the gap, it would have been perfect.
Yeah.
He does score for it, so that's the good news. And he still has got 1 bowl remaining.
He does. Yeah, you're right. They've got all that protection out the back there. Deer Park, it just didn't quite find the gap.
It did nice cluster of bowls there, though.
So what's Lee looking to do here based on that, do you think? Just try and get one around the back there?
He could try and get one around the back. I mean, there is only that one orange one there. And I think that's probably it's the safe shot. He's not making any more of a target.
Yeah. This early on in a contest, you probably understand why he's going down that tactical line.
All right, we're going to see big weight here from Disco. Big weight on the forehand. Searching for a result. What can he get?
Oh.
He's got both bowls. He's got connection on both, but unfortunately one stayed.
So they're just having a look here, conferring.
Who's second and third?
Yeah, I'd say it's the second and third that's of interest at the moment. Certainly looks like that. Yeah, the orange bowl we can see right in the centre there on that line looks to be the shot bowl. But we're going to get the tape out just to be absolutely certain.
Yeah, big effort there from Wilson.
Uses every millimetre of that mat too, doesn't he?
Correct.
Gets the toe right to the edge of it. Just waiting for the official confirmation from our scorers here. 14-13 the scoreboard reads at the moment. That's about to change.
As
And
it
there we
does,
go.
28-17. So
Yep.
it was first and second to Whittlesea.
Mm.
Handy little 11-point buffer after 2 ends.
We'll look around the grounds. I've always wanted to say that, Greenie.
Yeah.
Around the grounds. If you don't want to know the score, look away now. The NCE Raptors 34-14. Again, our man Tony, the music man, he'll be up and about. 16-14, the Challengers taking on Dandenong. Very early stages of that one. 29-19, the All-American battle between the Golden State and Southern California Tsunami. It is the Tsunami who holds sway after 2 ends. Moama Black in the point. Two of the sides that went deep into event 1. 22-11, Moama lead. And finally, over on rink 6, we've got the Broadbeach Lions 21 trailing Team Exodus 27. Here on our TV rink, it's 31-17 in favour of Whittlesea.
Yeah, it's brilliant access with the live scoreboard. Not just if you're here, if wherever you are, you can get your phone out, your tablet, your computer, and you just get live results at your fingertips with ultimatebowls.com/scoreboard.
It's helped me out big time, Greenie. A couple of occasions I've almost been caught short going to grab a feed, and I've got some duties in between to obviously keep people up to date with what's going on around the venue. And if I didn't have that live scoreboard while I'm sitting there chewing away, there would have been occasions I would have missed my roles and responsibilities. So yeah, it is a great part of the work done behind the scenes by Beck and Co to keep everyone informed. Not everyone can get here, of course. As we run these events through the week, people have got other obligations, but for those that have loved ones playing or teammates, they can keep a close eye on it and cheer their team on to hopefully that big $50,000 check in about 36 hours time.
Yeah, pretty good here from Ben Winter, the lead for the Whittlesea Eagles. Toucher with his first, and then just a bit of grouping there, second and third.
So this becomes a pretty important bowl here from Paul Foster. Needs to try and maybe get a toucher. It's just going to slide out to that right-hand side, and nice start there from Whittlesea, holding all 3 shot bowls as it stands, but they get the extra 3 for the lead shot to double the score of Deer Park, 17-34, halfway through this contest.
Yeah, Deer Park, I know the Deer Park bowls manager, he'll be sitting there nervously at the moment. Halfway point in this match, 34-17.
I was just going to say, yeah. I've just had a close eye. He's pacing up and down. He's got the hands behind the back. It could be some, well, I won't say heads rolling. It's early on in this one, but he looks a man that's got a lot on his mind at the moment. So the last thing we want is a Jack going through a TV, Greenie.
Yes.
Would only add to the frustration as Lee Schreiner just says, well, Case, there's another 3 your boys will have to find. Gets the toucher there to extend the lead out now to 20. And we know if there's a man who can find a toucher, based on his Event 1 efforts, Lee Schreiner is that man. This has got weight.
He's pretty close here. He's got it right, and that's perfect. That's just what they need, right? Just flick the switch and let's go. That's what they're thinking. That's what Case would be thinking on it with his Deer Park hat on.
It's just amazing accuracy, Grady. I mean, as I said, I think it's one of these occasions where I'm actually glad that I am relatively new to the sport, because I can't help but admire just how much skill that must take to be able to deliver a bowl over, we're talking a decent distance. It's not as though they're just throwing it 3 or 4 metres in front of themselves, and then to be able to hit such a small target and do it so regularly. I mean, if it was a once off, you'd say, well, great work, lucky shot. But they just do it almost with their eyes closed at times. It's quite incredible. Hence why these guys are the best at what they do.
You see there the red mark, that's where the jack is, and just under the one, that's where Aaron Wilson's bowl. He's just floated into the ditch there.
Yeah, so that remains a live bowl, doesn't it, because it was a toucher?
Correct,
It did hit the jack on the way through. I think Lee's happy with this as he slaps his thigh just moments after delivering the bowl. It might just be a little heavy as it heads towards the ditch. It's not going to stay in, I don't think, no. So the last say in this end goes the way of Aaron Wilson, and they might be able to turn this around here, Deer Park, and get right back within touching distance with 2 ends to play.
He's already got first and third. He'd love to get in for first and second, but he just collects a bit of balls on the way through.
Yeah, and that probably was just enough of that momentum to cost them in the end to getting that second shot bowl. So they're going to have a look nonetheless. Certainly first shot bowl with Deer Park, so you can add 10 to their score. It's just a matter of whether they'll get an additional 5 or an additional 3.
You'll see them measuring to the ditch, so they actually measure the other way around. So they use the measure at the bowl and go towards the jack, as opposed to going from the jack to the bowl.
Yep.
Just it helps with that angle of the ditch there, because you've got the string measures and you can directly turn that down, as opposed to if you have the jack in the ditch, it's a bit hard with the measure end.
Some of the science behind the rules and the scoring here with the UBC and bowls in general, but 33-42 now the score, so they have gone into a little bit of damage control there, Deer Park, and certainly now well within touching distance. And they would dearly love a strong start to this fourth end, just to pile a little extra pressure on Whittlesea. So let's see what Benny Winther can come up with his first of this end.
Yeah, he's continually walking up and down the green, the bowls manager.
I thought he was going to blank us there for a moment. This looks like a toucher. It is too, so that's a good response from Whittlesea after probably an end that didn't go their way in that third. They extend the lead out to 12, 45-33 with that Benny Winther toucher.
Yeah, Benny's been pretty impressive here with his point scoring ability. Great shot there, Paul Foster. No toucher, but he does get the shot. Yeah, Benny's been turning that scoreboard over with his touches and the lead shot conversion rate.
Geez, that response from Paul Foster was about as good as you can get as well. The only thing missing was that toucher, and I tell you what, you could not get my credit card between those two bowls there, the bowl and the jack. There's nothing separating them, as now it's Benny's turn to respond, and he's given that a reasonable shake too as it just heads past on the left hand side.
Yeah, we'll see Paul change over here, and he'll be looking for a toucher. He's got shot, but he'll still be looking for a toucher, because as we know, there's only just an end and a half to go. Currently 12 behind.
You'll find the weight's pretty good. It was just slightly off to the right, but it's being pretty critical. He's responded well here to give them an awesome opportunity to pick up at least 3. So here's Benny Winther. Lee Schreiner urging it to hold. It looks good. Oh, he could not have done any better there. And you can see the look of disappointment on his face. He knows how close that was, and he gets a round of applause from his teammate in Lee Schreiner, who acknowledges that's about as close as you can go, with not only just getting the toucher, but also promoting that jack, which would have gone straight into a sea of orange. So a little unlucky, but Deer Park pick up 3, and the margin is back to 9.
Yeah, still anyone's game. Just go here. Just looks a touch high line, but he'll get around to a really good area here. Those orange bowls, Whittlesea Eagles. Definitely makes it easier to know who's got shot, as opposed to your traditional games where you've got 5 or 6 different colours out there.
Yeah. Slightly fewer bowls to contend with as well too. That's a pretty good shot, that. Gee, it's unbelievable it's not quite going to come up for shot, but
yeah, really good too, because it's a really close second, but gives him a chance to play through that now. So if he gets on that past the jack, if the jack a little bit of movement, then he has got the orange bowls past as well. Disco needs to hold past that last bowl here. A fair effort. So the beauty here now, and that's what Benny Winter's calling, is Leroy to get onto that last bowl and sort of just give it enough weight so he pushes the shot bowl on, and his orange one stays. He's under the line though, so he'll work away there. Disco doesn't need to change much here. Just half a bowl higher, full bowl now. If he does work off the wing blue one as well, but his weight's pretty much spot on.
Following this one down closely is Aaron. The duck underneath again, just to that left-hand side. I guess that's the other thing we talk about. That's almost like a game of chess, but that strategy that Aaron probably is thinking ahead to. Well, what's Lee not want me to do?
Yep.
As opposed to where do I want to put this bowl, but where doesn't he want me to finish up? Because he'll know, these guys know each other so well, exactly what the strengths and weaknesses are, but exactly how likely it is that Lee can execute the type of bowl he wants to. He's asking it to hold.
Well, look at that for a shot.
Just as you called it, Chris. Ab couldn't have actually called that any better.
The amazing thing was he played on the hand that I didn't think. I think he thought he was going to play on his forehand. He's played on the backhand, so he's underneath Disco's shorter bowl there. But yeah, just a great shot there, Whittlesea Eagles, and they have been doing it the last 2 days. So
yeah, well, I mean, that's turned what may have been a deficit heading into this fifth and final end now into a really comfortable 17-shot lead. It's not to say that they'll be putting this one in the bank quite yet. When you've got Paul Foster and Aaron Wilson in the opposition, you're never safe, but geez, that's the difference. The fine lines and margins, they now really should go on to win this. And as you said, the worst thing for them as a toucher there straight up from Benny Winter as well to extend the lead out to 20. After the disappointment of yesterday, Greeny would have been for them to come out and slump the shoulders and gee, what if, and we should have been playing off for higher honours. But they've come out of the blocks and they're looking really good in this event too, top of the table, and it looks as though they're going to remain unbeaten. And they've seen off one of the finalists from the last event.
Yeah, and yesterday, Lee, when I was having a chat, that's one thing he said as well. I said, geez, you must have had a lot of tough games and like real tight battles. And he goes, not really. He goes, we were sort of 15 to 20 in front the last end, and then we just play smart bowls. So we'd protect where we needed to protect. We didn't have to try and make shots. So then the only issue there was their margin wasn't great, and that's where they got caught going from first through to third. But it's very much similar to this game, as Benny with another toucher.
Back-to-back touches. So, as I said, I saw it twice. I think in Dandenong that we saw a lead with 3 touches, and that's a response straight back there from Paul Foster. So he's got a sider here though, Benny Winter, to go for the 3 from 3. Margin is 20. Another toucher here, and a lead shot probably puts it out of reach of the Chargers regardless.
Yeah, it was just, last game we almost witnessed Ali Forsyth trail that jack for 3 and the ultimate end to get a draw.
He's tried hard here, Benny Winter. He's just going to miss to the high side, but still, fantastic effort. So, on maths here, we'd need Deer Park to have an ultimate end and get a toucher in here somewhere, or even this lead shot, which they've got at the moment anyway.
Love to get down to the jack here, Benny boy.
It's trying. Now
Ball's
it needs
over.
to fall, and look at that. Brilliant stuff. Great theatre here at Moama Bowls Club.
Yeah, and all of a sudden it's just 14 points. You get 3 points there for the toucher, 3 for the lead shot. 14 points.
So it takes out that need for any touches in this last half of the final end. If they can somehow manage to execute an ultimate end, well, they will win. So still plenty of pressure here on Whittlesea just to close this one out. Lee Schreiner, though, he knows that a toucher here can once again almost put this out of reach for Deer Park. no doubt that's what he'll be aiming for. Margin is 14. Can he make it 17? Greeny. Of course he can. Of course he can.
Right on cue.
It's almost like we're reading off a script, and Lee Schreiner was the lead actor there, and that was Academy Award winning stuff.
Yeah,
67.50.
Yeah, this is definitely live. We haven't seen this before.
No. We're not on delay. I can guarantee you that. This one's just going to sneak underneath.
It just needs to hang around in the area.
Yep.
Something like that. That's still good.
So they can still, dare I say it, Deer Park, if they could somehow manufacture an ultimate end, they win by 1. Again, Lee Schreiner, he'll be trying to put this one to bed with another touch-up. And after his last effort, I wouldn't put anything past him. So got the legs. Not quite. So, still a couple of bowls for Aaron Wilson. I'd love to make position here and set things up for an ultimate end.
Although it says 1 to Deer Park and next to Whittlesea, I think it's the other. Well, it's probably no.
Yeah.
Still at first and third. So although on the screen it says 1,
yeah,
2, 3, 2 and 3 to Whittlesea, it's only second to Whittlesea. So Leroy needs to get another one in here.
Yeah, so that one to the left-hand side of Whittlesea's is the one that's winning them the match at the moment. That said, look at this.
Can you get
Look
to a toucher?
At that. Oh, it's got there. It
has.
So that'll do it. That'll be enough. They lead by 20. The best, well, actually, again, I stand
Toucher.
corrected, a toucher and the ultimate end. So that's my lack of maths at play. But gee, it would take something special from here. Let's have a look. Aaron Wilson gave it a good go, but it just slides out to that right-hand side. So, yeah, really entertaining stuff there, Greeny. 83.55. I mean, it looks a big margin in the end, but we know it was anything but that. Whittlesea march on. Deer Park, yeah, they've got a little bit of work to do. Are your boys at Tarrant?
Yeah.
No, you're not too happy. You looked at the score.
Well,
you want me to go through them?
You can go to the scores around the ground.
Yeah, all right. No worries. Let's have a look here. Nearing the end of the match between the NC Raptors and the Wild Card, 54-45, but it looks as though the Raptors will hold on and do enough there. Dandenong 71-55 winners over the UBC Challengers. Golden State and the Southern California Tsunami, that match is just wrapped up. 61-53 to the Tsunami. Moama Black, wowee, 105-27 against the Point. And Exodus, they've picked up again where they left off last night, 77-37 winners over the Broadbeach Lions. So we look at the Section B standings just before we take a quick spell. Greeny, Whittlesea and Dandenong Club at the moment, 3 from 3, undefeated, but it is Whittlesea on top with a plus 88 points differential, Dandenong plus 57. We've got a number of sides on 2 wins, Exodus, the Wirrilla Gorillas, Southern California Tsunami, the NCE Raptors and Broadbeach. Moama and the UBC Wildcard have a win apiece, but there's pretty interesting to observe what's happening down here at the bottom of the table. Golden State yet to win. They've only played the 2 matches. The UBC Challengers, they're 0 from 3, but Deer Park Chargers and the Point are both mired at the bottom of the table, and not only winless but also the differentials not looking good at all.
No, first and second place have now gone to 12th and 13th, so plenty of work for them. But we'll be back shortly. Thanks very much, Benny. We've had some cracking matches since the lunch break.
Yeah.
We will have a very short break, just a couple of moments, and then we'll bring you more coverage. So make sure you check out the UBC website or Facebook for the next stream.